He can buckle. Bulk up. He can bulk up. He can bulk up. Yeah. Really?
They were fun games.
Banjo Kazooie was practically, if you didn't get Mario, equivalent. Kind of had poop jokes, fart jokes. Listen, my mother wanted to be a
Unfortunate.
lawyer, but here I am. Oh, by the way, are you a For You pager or a following on Twitter? Yeah. So For You is hard fucking algorithmic. Or if you go following, that shit that gives you a better. And then just click ignore or not interested or block them. Block them. Keep blocking them. With the blocko. No, I've never. I'm just sneezing out the wazoo. Oh, you talking about the Agnes Tachyon? Okay. Agnes Tachyon. Okay. She's a normal horse. Okay. But a scientist. Uh, to just understand that she is also a quote unquote a father, I suppose, of many different good horses. So Agnes Tachyon also in the game, he's kind of like a Da Vinci crazy mad scientist. And I can't remember who voices, but I believe the voice actor does a great job. And there's an entire movie kind of dedicated to her. That's kind of also the reason why she has so much love. It, 4.5, yeah. That's I thought you were talking about horse racing. Yeah, that shit's older than fate. Yeah, yeah. Horse racing. You expect. You know? And you know what's older than arcane magic? Imagining. No, well, that too, but I went a little further. I said imagination. Oh damn! Dun, dun, dun. Well, you could just say that's been like the very beginning. Maybe he predicted it. maybe, maybe. I mean, you're straight. Oh, no, you're live. So if you don't know, Daiwa Scotto is going back to Takion Agnes. He is a father of a lot of fucking. You get what I mean. Technically a male, but Uma Musume, so every Uma Musume, even if it's a male, will gender defeat. But you can tell them by their horse ears and their design. If they have a ear pierce in the left side, that is a male. If they have an ear pierce on the right side, there are female. It's a funny little like Uma Musume knowledge that you can kind of get. So anybody that has a decoration on the left side of the ear is a male. Anybody that has a right side of the ear is a because the prime example is Goldship. Goldship is a male, 100%. Ship is a male, and Goldship's offspring has literally created fucking monsters. Yep. Well, she has a really like she definitely has a outspoken personality for sure. I believe she is voiced by Uesaka Shimeru, which is also the voice of Nagatoro Solitaire from Overlord. But she uses science, so she's like the Einstein of. All right, you have fun. Bye, y'all. Bye, chat.
では前に出ます。
Sorry about that, chat. I don't know why it like switched screens there, and I saw it out of the corner of my eye. But like OBS just was like acting up. Anyways, I did get the go live tweet out. Do me the favor, go give it some love. Got yesterday's artwork. And let me grab you guys today's sauce. Which I had to double check because I was not sure that this was not AI art, but apparently it's not. It's just a lewd artist. Not that chat minds, I'm sure. Also, let me know, YouTube people, if it's not doing well because it's giving me an error on the YouTube side. So, if it's not functioning good, just again, scream at me. Here is today's artwork. Do me a favor as well. Go give the artist some love. And again, hope everyone's doing good. I am wearing my fur again because it's been pouring rain here for the last like 2 hours. So the house is like really cold now, which is weird. Hold on, let me set that up. Looking respectfully, I'm not. Then again, at this point, I'm not sure I have to. Alba, thank you for the 61. Appreciate it. Again, I hope everyone's doing good. Congratulations. You guys made it to the weekend. And potentially, even for those of us here in the States, Labor Day weekend. You guys have a holiday weekend for an extra day. I am having celebratory soda because it's the first time I've had soda this whole week. Have I finished the summer event? I have not finished, but we are close. So, kind of let's see. Nothing I can do in that regard. We have missions to do. Make a new friend or follower. Oh no, not again. Friend point summons, Ember Gathering, training grounds, and a treasure vault once each. I can do. Hold on. Let's see who needs to actually be leveled. No one. Excellent. Yep, it's literally nobody. Okay. So it does not matter who I do. We have Ptolemy and one Gina coming. Wait, do we have a welfare? Oh, we get Sugitani in the Ptolemy event, don't we? So we basically have 2 archers potentially coming. That's probably what I'll do. I got a gastrointestinal virus right now, fucking dying. Ugh. I understand that as somebody that has had a gastrointestinal virus, and I wish you luck. I don't wish that on anybody. You can just follow and unfollow anyone. Yeah, it's just I probably need to run the list again. But having the time to do it is another thing, so I probably will abuse the follow unfollow mechanic. Let's see. Well, if I'm doing archers, let's switch this. Oh, the Beatles. Is this me or is this someone else? This is me. Sending a friend request thinking I was helping. No. Like in my case, the other problem too is that basically I will have people that fill up my request list and therefore nobody else can request. Every once in a blue moon, I have to go and like empty it out. Type in a random friend code. Got it. Yep. But how's chat's week? How's everybody doing? And Thesius. Ooh, it's a good point. I didn't forget about Thesius. I was sitting there thinking, I was like, wait, wasn't there a second 3-star? And then I was like, no, I don't think there was. Like, my gut instinct was that there was one, and then I just brushed it off. Thank you for reminding me about Theseus. I forgot about him. God, it's already been 2 years since we got Theseus. That's kind of wild. Like, I will perpetually be amazed by the, like, 2-year gap and how quickly it passes sometimes. In some instances, it feels like it's an eternity. And in other instances, it feels like it's not. Oh, damn. That is a nice Lalter cosplay. What the fuck? That is very nice. Sorry. Well, whatever. I'll repost it. Go check out my Twitter if you want to see it. And thank you, Trubs, for the heads up. Your art link didn't update, did it not? May have been the prior artwork still. There you go. Me make sure that YouTube has it as well. I hear no one talk about Thesius. Never interested me, so never looked into what he even does. Thesius is a single target arts saber. Thesius is not bad. He's actually pretty darn good at what he does. The reason you don't hear anybody talk about him nowadays. Do you want the politically incorrect answer that is the truth? Or do you want me to make this easier on you? You guys are close. The truth, please? Okay. The truth is that next to nobody is actually using 3 stars anymore because everybody is doing like 90 plus content. So you hear nobody talk about Theseus because you don't hear anybody talk about the 3 stars in general. There's your politically incorrect truth. And it's sad but true. I really think the 90 plus content has done damage to the game's systems in that regard. So it's like, he's actually a really good unit for a 3-star. He's very viable, very usable, and it does not matter. People just don't use him. I think 3 stars have kind of been phased out due to power creep. Yep, 100%. I still use Bedivere when I can. Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about like getting away with using a 3-star if possible, but that is the unfortunate nature of things. His kid is better than Dioscuri minus the mana charge. Yeah, he's actually pretty darn good. Holy smokes, that Lultra cosplay is insane. I'm glad to note that some people in chat actually do follow me on Twitter. Thank you, I appreciate that. It was nice to see as I posted today's video to Twitter that all of a sudden people started interacting with it, and I didn't even like do anything. I didn't like try to solicit interaction. At least no more than I normally do. So it's like it's so rare nowadays to get people that are actually like involved in the community interacting with me. It just doesn't happen. I'm so used to being kind of ignored at this point. Which, and I'll say this is like one of the sad parts, I think, of making content for FGO. It largely goes unappreciated. It is what it is. I've just kind of resigned myself to it, and I just keep trudging on in the hopes that either the game revitalizes itself, or maybe someday, somehow, some way, somebody finally just realizes, hey, wait, Cad's actually trying still. That's really all it boils down to. So much of my saved art is from your reposts. Yeah. It's funny, too, because, like, obviously, to some degree, I shouldn't have done that. I just literally, I think I did all 3 of my runs now on Ember Gathering instead of a Training Ground or Treasure Vault, but whatever. It's funny, though, and I've said this before, it's like, I do think that's why so few artists actually get upset with me over, like, reposting art, because I'm not really doing it to be malicious. I'm more or less doing it to instead help them and, like, promote their artwork. I think, like, honest to God, I can only think of 2 instances where somebody has gotten upset with me. One was your prototypical person getting upset on somebody else's behalf. It wasn't even like the artist getting upset. The other was literally an artist, and they basically just asked me to take it down, so I did, and that was that. And like, I've never used their artwork ever again, which, frankly speaking, that particular artist, I can see why they're defensive, because I'm gonna say something really nasty here, but basically that artist is the equivalent of somebody who just keeps drawing the same fucking pose over and over and over and over and over and over and over again with different characters. So like, it doesn't exactly strike me as like a big deal or that much of a loss. Like, that is the epitome of the style of artist that probably got like really fucking hurt when AI became a thing. Because it's just like, oh yeah, you specialize in drawing this one exact pose across like 200 different characters, and you just keep regurgitating the same piece for Twitter impressions. And so naturally you get upset that somebody else got Twitter impressions off of your piece. It is what it is. But otherwise, normally, like I said, I just do it just to support the artist. It doesn't bother me. I wish that I could like get more traction on Twitter at times, but also at the same time, I don't really care. Because I think what I've noticed is that like, to have a lot of traction on Twitter requires almost as much like constant supervision as like full-time content creation does. And I look at that and I go, that's just not worth. And most of the other content creators that I see that are actually big on Twitter, they're big not because they're constantly posting. They're instead big because people like their content. And so it just translates into Twitter. So it's like, basically somebody likes your YouTube videos, therefore they follow you on Twitter. And that's to a large degree how I assume it is with me as well. It's people following me either for the art or people following me because they like the content that I make. To some degree, that just means people don't give a rat's ass what I say. But to other points, it seems like they do. And it just really depends on what I'm saying. If I'm talking about some nonsense that's like outside of my normal lane, people don't care. If I'm talking instead about like something game related, people do have a tendency to care. So it just really depends. You need drama for traction. Yeah, that's just not me. I like just being fully honest, I don't fucking give a rat's ass about drama. There are so many times over the course of the like, you know, past let's say 5 years, right? There's so many times that I have written up a fucking like essay response to somebody, excoriating them and telling them why they're wrong and why this is such a shit take, and then I just don't post it. Because I sit there, and this is kind of a rule of thumb for me, chat. But usually, if I'm gonna hit the post button, I stop and I ask myself, should I post this? Like, is this something worthy of tweeting? And that has served me so well over the years. Because it's the equivalent of talking without thinking is the same thing as posting to social media without stopping for a second to think as to whether or not it's a good idea. Right? So it's like, oh, you can get your ass in trouble by just spouting nonsense and stupidity. But if you stop and you think before you post, you'll find that you don't post a whole lot. That is my problem on Twitter. I don't post a whole lot. Because I kind of was raised with the principle of, if you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything at all. That is largely still stuck. Do I have a quick AoE writer? Achilles. Get in here. People like to watch drama. It's one of the most basic human natures. So this is really interesting. People like to watch drama. You're right. But they don't like to be involved in it. So as long as they can sit back with their popcorn bucket and watch the drama from afar, they're good. But the second the drama involves them, they don't like it anymore. And I find that so interesting. Because it's one of the reasons why it's like I can look at drama from afar, I can develop my own opinions and stuff, but like I usually don't weigh in. I think the only times you guys see me weigh in on like internet drama is usually when it involves video games. And even then I it's usually not like a personal thing, right? Like I'm not weighing in on like some like content creators dispute. Instead, I'll weigh in on like, oh, Nintendo did this dumbass thing or something like that. And the artwork is tasty, yeah. At 95% is pretty bad there, Achilles. Be nice if you didn't do that. A majority only likes watching, yeah. Because they don't, if you don't have to be involved in the drama and you just get to watch it from afar, it's harmless to you. But if it's drama involving you, it's not harmless anymore. Kat, are you also on other platforms like Rumble and BitChute? No, I am on Kick. And Kick has had like some issues, basically. For instance, my chat bot doesn't allow for Kick. And so like I would have to find a second chat bot to manage Kick. So I've been like kind of allowing it, kind of not. But it also just gives me like just plain errors. So like, for instance, right there, it had errored out. And if I'm not like constantly paying attention to it, the Kick stream will just die sometimes because of that. That's why reality TV is so popular. This is funny because I actually just had a conversation with a girl I'm going on a date with tomorrow about that. And we were talking about like stuff that we like to watch and everything. And I was just like, you don't like reality TV, do you? And she's like, no. And I'm like, thank God. I'm like, because I don't think I could hook up with somebody that did. Like, I think part of that is just my personality. And like, again, not really liking drama in that regard. Like, I like fictional drama. I don't like, I guess I don't like realistic drama, right? But at the same time, I sit there and I just go like, yeah, I think with reality TV, not to like yuck someone else's yum, but I don't think it makes you a very intelligent person if you watch reality TV. Why? It's in the name. This is one of the most like ironic names for a genre I've ever seen. Reality TV show. And it's not real at all. It's all fabricated. So it's like, why do we call it reality TV? And therefore, if you are like an avid enjoyer of reality TV, I don't think very highly of you. at least when it comes to like WWE, everybody knows it's fake. And everybody just is like, yeah, but it's entertainment. And I'm like, you know what? Okay, that's fine. With reality TV, bro, I swear people actually think it's real. And I'm just like, you can't be that dumb. you cannot be that dumb. Scripted, not fake. What are you talking about? WWE? Yeah. If we don't watch all 6 seasons of Jersey Shore, how are we supposed to know what's going on? Well, what if I just never went to New Jersey? Now what? Until I met real friends, the culture shock I took, yeah. And it's like, I think to a degree, it's all escapism, right? It's no different than us watching like some fantasy show or something like that. But I don't know. I've just never had a high opinion of reality TV. Do you consider largely unscripted shows like Mythbusters as reality TV? Was Mythbusters actually unscripted? Like, I don't know that I believe that. Like, I at least assume that Mythbusters had a script, and the only thing unscripted was like the result of the myth. Other than the blueprint sessions, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It's like I think everything in Mythbusters is scripted, other than like, oh hey, okay, it's time to bust this myth. Let's see what happens, and depending on what happened, that could change the show, right? Total Drama Island was the only reality show I liked. I see. Oh, that's why I didn't run out of AP. I leveled up. Sweet. Did I ever watch Survivor? I did back when it originally came out. But that's when like reality TV show was in its infancy. And everything was still like fresh and brand new. And even then, you know what, chat? Let's use her. Let's use the big bazongas. Even though I haven't finished her leveling. Adam Savage said they ran the show based off what they wanted to test. Yeah, that I believe, right? But like we already talked about, they definitely had like a formula to it. Whether or not that, you know, dictated the actual outcome, I don't think it did. But do I consider that to be reality TV? No, not really. I think reality TV is, ironically enough, done to create as much drama as possible. And that is also the charge. Do it like that, but this is not going to result in a good loop either. To give it more substance, but that's it. Maybe. Have I watched Dexter? Yes. Dexter's fantastic. Although, are you meaning Dexter's Lab? Or are you meaning Dexter, the serial killer that kills other serial killers? Yeah, this is gonna be spicy. I might have to crit the final wave to death. Love Island is just a stupid pretty people being toyed with. Yeah, but that's That's reality TV show in a nutshell. Dexter Morgan, gotcha. Dexter has nothing on Dexter, true. Kat, have you been watching the new Panty and Stocking? Yes, but I have not seen this week's episode. I was saving it to watch with Trubs, but Trubs was busy on stream, and then Trubs came in, and I forgot to ask Trubs if he wanted to watch it. People like watching stupid pretty people doing X. Yeah, that's the attractiveness bias. And what that means is that given a choice between let's say like a 10 out of 10 person doing something and a like 5 out of 10 person doing something, heck, you can basically say a 10 out of 10 doing something and a 9 out of 10 doing something. People will almost always choose the 10 out of 10, assuming no other like mitigating circumstances. So it's just like people in general prefer, yeah, the halo effect. Thank you. I could not remember what the actual term for it was, but people in general just prefer a more attractive person. Yeah, see, now Trump is wondering. He's like, what? We could have watched Panty and Stocking? What? But that's on me, Trubs. I just forgot. I am on like episode 8 of Dexter Resurrection. It's really good. I'm liking it. I need to I think there's like at least 2 more episodes, but I have not seen them yet. How dare you? We could sing the song of fuck. Hey, listen, it's equally on me as it is on you, Trubs. You didn't remember. So we could have watched it, but we didn't. Just a second, chat. Okay. What platform is Dexter on? I think it's on Paramount and Hulu? I think it's on like multiple. But I think if memory serves me correct, I believe Hulu is shutting down in favor of Disney. What anime am I watching this season? A lot, actually. Like, watching Dan to Dan. I need to start Sakamoto because I watched the first season of it, but I haven't gotten to the second season yet. I've been watching Penny and Stocking. God, I'm trying to remember. Hold on. I just started watching Togen Anki, which Trubs, I just watched the most recent episode of that. Without you. I've been watching Call of the Night Season 2. I've been watching Clevitus. I've been watching Gachi Akuta. I started watching Rui Rocks, but I haven't watched it in like the last 4 weeks. It's just wholesome. I have not been watching more of 2B Hero X. It was good to the extent that I watched it, but I don't like. I guess like between the 2 seasons, I just kind of dropped it. I've been watching My Dress Up Darling season 2. I've been watching Kaiju number 8 season 2. And I think that's everything. Yeah, I believe so. It's interesting to see Ghost Da Vinci. Yep. That's more like the hologram Da Vinci, right? My moral compass when the villain is hot, leaving my body. Sakamoto Days is good. Good. Yeah, that's another one like between the 2 seasons, I have not re-picked it up. I think Leo's is good. Yeah, chat. I think Leo's is good. That's his opins, by the way, not his skills. Sonobisk? Yeah, sorry. Sonobisk is My Dress Up Darling. All of Us Are Dead is getting a season 2? Is it really? That's the Korean zombie show, right? Kinda man. Someone rolled a little? Who, me? No, I don't think I've rolled. Not yet. We will roll the GSSR tonight, though. It is. We watched it on Discord, yeah. Oh, Leo, I gotcha. Have I watched Grand Blue? Grand Blue is the other one that I've been watching. I think I'm 2 weeks behind on that, though. I'd have to double check. They announced it on YouTube. Nice. Also, chat. So this is interesting. Not that I think it affected me, but I've heard that apparently Twitch viewership is majorly down because they did something to what's the word I'm looking for? Like basically to combat botting on Twitch. And I have definitely noticed at least like 2 streamers that I'm aware of where their viewership did kind of tank. Lurkers can't lurk SMH. Yeah, that was another really weird thing. Basically, bots, ironically enough, can get around the like the anti-botting stuff that they've put up. Meanwhile, it's really difficult for active like actual lurkers to get around it. But yeah, they clamped down on view botting. Like I said, I don't think it's affecting me. I think it's like this is dead time right now on FGO is kind of why. But basically, apparently, it's cut Twitch's overall viewership by 25%. Just a quarter haircut across the board is kind of wild. Like, and the other thing that they're saying too, and I was just watching a video on this today, is that apparently some streamers have been hiding because of it. They're either not streaming at all or streaming way less and making excuses. And they're trying to like say like, oh yeah, I can't stream right now, but it's because they're view botting and they're waiting for a fix. That just makes me like laugh so fucking hard, dude. FGO is a dead category, honestly, for years. Yeah, I mean, I think it was like Hanako that once said that like I was the only person keeping the directory alive. And to a degree, he's not wrong. Like, most of the people just like have not streamed consistently in the directory. That being said, like, I don't fault anyone for not streaming FGO regularly. I feel like unless you're someone like me who's been doing it and is well established, it's like there's just not the content. So most people aren't going to tune in. It's just I will stream even when there's not content. And so thankfully, a good chunk of you guys show up every stream still. And I appreciate that. You guys come in to hear what I have to say or to like just watch me do random innocuous stuff that's not a big deal, right? But I can definitely see how like to other streamers that is just super disheartening, and so that's why a lot of them just choose not to stream FGO. This is also why I think so many other content creators try to like be multi-gacha drifters, where they play other gacha games while there is nothing going on. I think FGO streamers really hit heavy when it comes to story content. Yeah, that's basically the problem, is like we just don't get story content very often. And even if we consider like event stories and stuff, I've talked about this like for my particular time slot, the fact that events used to give story updates at like the 8 p.m. reset was nice, but they stopped doing that in like year 2 of the game. And it's instead become the midnight reset. So it's like, this is now when you get all of your story resets, which means I just don't do story with you guys on stream. And that's kind of sad. Let's not do that. You cannot play only FGO and stream on Twitch, pretty much, is what I understand. Well, that's not true. I'm living proof of that. Chat, what was the last variety content you guys saw me do? Uh-oh. Battlefield 6? Yeah, I think it would have been Battlefield 6, and that was only on the weekends, right? I do miss watching you go through story. Yeah, it's nice because, like, I actually like to react to it and stuff, but as a streamer, I would basically have to shoot myself in the foot when it came to, like, event efficiency and stuff like that in order to be able to stream the story for you guys, which is sad. D&D? Yeah, D&D. But, like, that's what I'm saying, is, like, look, chat. Let's be real for a second about D&D. Whenever I stream D&D, it is my worst stream. It absolutely pulls my average down. Very few people show up. Very few people engage with it. On one hand, I don't really blame you guys. We have been streaming our long-running campaign for like over 2 years. So trying to get like somebody that hasn't come to the D&D stream before to come to the D&D stream is like pulling teeth because they're not going to have any idea what the fuck is going on. And I understand that. Like, I'll be real with you guys. The big reason that I stream D&D is more because I'm expected to, not because I actually get anything out of it. And that's sad. I wish that like I could get more people into it, more people to care about it, but I can't make people care. It just is what it is. Have you finished that Arthurian-inspired game yet? That finished 3 years ago. I enjoy the show, but I have so little to contribute. Ages since I played and little, know little of 5e. Yeah, like I'm not really faulting anybody, but that's the truth of the matter. I just understand that whenever I stream D&D, it is my worst thing. And chat, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I have been considering not streaming D&D anymore. Doesn't mean we would end the game, but I have been considering not streaming it. And either just saying, you know what, it's just D&D night with me and the boys and nobody else gets to be privy to that. Because, like, I'll just be honest with you. At least to one degree, getting the D&D group together for stream was difficult because I had to find 5 other people that wanted to be on stream. Okay? And on the other hand, it's difficult, and I have gotten complaints from them because they feel like they can't be themselves. And the reason they feel like they can't be themselves is because they might say something that would get me canceled. They might say something that would get me in trouble. And it sucks. It's stupid. And it shouldn't be this way. But this is just how Twitch is. So I really don't know what to do or say at that point, but it is what it is. So it's like the thought has occurred of like just making it either like a YouTube only campaign or just not recording it at all. I've never watched any of the D&D streams, and if I join the next one, I'll have zero idea what's going on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't fault anyone for that. I understand. It's been 2 years, and while we usually do like Bob will do like a recap of like the prior thing and like here's where the party is. I think this is something we can do a better job of, but I'm not like, especially if Bob is listening, I'm not blaming Bob for this, right? But like we could do a much better job of like, here's who we are, here's why we're doing stuff, here's where we are, and then here's what happened last time. Whereas like usually all we get is this in the recap. But like I said, that's putting a lot of like burden on Bob too. But it feels like you're playing One Piece, and like I literally need to have the like, hey, were you not paying attention to the last like 3 sessions? Here's what's going on at the beginning of every episode type thing. Twitch and society destroys everything. Well, we don't need to get that. Don't need to get that morbid there, but be ashamed, but it'd probably be better if they're feeling pressured like that. I don't think they feel pressured, but like I said, it has been something that has come up over the years of like, hey, like I was gonna say this or that, but I couldn't say it, right? So it is what it is. People destroy anything that's good in the world. I don't think everybody does. I think just there's bad actors that do, and it's important for normal people to just like not allow like this is something I've seen overall in society is like the sort of like Trigglypuff type of people that get upset over everything on behalf of somebody else that's not even there. I have thankfully seen a lot of like normal people just finally standing up to those psychopaths. So it's like somebody getting triggered and getting upset over some like random innocuous comment, and then basically they're sitting there getting angry and insisting that like, oh, you can't do this, you can't say this, this needs to change, yada yada yada. And I've started to see normal everyday people finally just being like, no, shut up, sit down. Which is so refreshing, honestly, because I feel like that's the like point that we're at as a society is that like no fun allowed, nobody's allowed to do anything, you might upset someone, and it's like, dude, just don't take everything so fucking seriously. Holy shit. People create everything that's good in the world though, so there's balance at least. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, so it's like I don't know what to do in that regard. I think D&D just is what it is. But if one day we stop streaming it, you'll know why. But I haven't made a formal decision on it yet or not. Okay, so chat. We have a new GSSR. I also have my daily story roll. Oh, it's nothing. I was really hoping it would be something. Wait. Oh no, what did I do? I went backward through all the extra classes.
Hey, giving you a heads up. Stop doing that and click on the fucking right side button.
What?
Click on the right side button above the menu. Click on the
Click on the what?
So you see the menu button, go up, click on that, and type in the frickin' the Musashi one. Stops you from fucking doom scrolling. See ya.
But I want a doom scroll. I thought Trump's sleeping. No. He's just relaxing. Yeah, don't you guys want to see just how many banners there are? It's literally every extra unit in the game. Wait, hubba hubba. Oh, what was that? That Lost Belt 7? Interesting. Over the same sky. Chat, we made it! And then the summer banners. And then Morgan Le Fay. Okay, so that's... No, you know what? No offense. This one's on the devs. Why is the 32 million downloads the first banner... But then the GSSR is like all the way back over here? That does not make any sense. Usually the GSSR is the very first thing when you come in. That's just weird coding on their part. More servant buffs, please. Yep. Okay, chat. I will go over this in better detail, but this is the 32 million downloads campaign. We have a new sort of start dash GSSR. This, as far as I understand it, is a permanent addition for after you beat part 1 of the story. And it includes limiteds. In fact, it is only limiteds, I believe, that are in here. So, in that regard, it is certainly nice to have this. This will be very good incentive for people to like get done with the story and stuff like that. But I will be frank here and I will say that this is not the most idyllic of like GSSRs for at least someone like me. What do I mean? Well, I don't have Musashi. I don't have Arthur on JP. I do have Scotty. I have NP5 of that. I do have her. I have NP5 of that. I do have her. I don't have that. I do have her. In fact, I have NP2 of her. I don't have Hijikata. I have NP2 of him. I don't have Moriarty. Going across the top row now, I don't have her or her. I do have her. I don't have her. I don't think I have Melt on JP. I don't have Sherlock. I don't have Ivan. I do have King Hassan. And I don't have Erish on JP. So, out of this, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there are 12 that I don't have. Out of a total possibility, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So 12 out of 21. Now, that still leaves a lot of like possibilities for a unit that I don't have. Well, that's not exactly great either. So the issue that you run into with something like this is the way old GSSRs used to be done. They're what we like to call a potluck GSSR. This means that there is both good and bad. One, there are more units available, so there's a wider variety of kind of like what you can possibly get. But the downside is you don't have as much control as you did with smaller like GSSR groupings. So you'll notice how most modern GSSRs now have pools of units that are anywhere from 3 to 5 units. This is on purpose. This is what allows you to narrow down your choice and to have a much better odd of getting something that you want or like. So we're going to do this, but this could go any number of ways, including, as chat has mentioned, I could get a USO off of Made Alter. So it is what it is, but this is just naturally one of the concerns that you have when you roll this stuff. So we just send it and we're going to see what happens. Oh my God, Arthur. I mean, I'm watching the same thing you guys are watching, chat. It's a full multi-roll, so is this gonna be it? Assassin. Nope. Debated. Love to get another King of San or Summer BB or my first melt. Yeah. There's definitely some good pickups here. There's also units that like I don't really care for another copy of, and everything in between. Man, it's making us go all the way to the end on this one. Is this it? No, still no. Oh, speaking of Thesius earlier, there you go. Rainbow. I had to get pity. Foreigner. Oh, let's go. It's Abby. Okay, that's actually not a bad pickup for this account. Abby is a very good boss killing unit, so even just getting that one copy is actually really nice. I'll take it. That could have gone a lot worse. But yes, that was the last spin. New unit? Yep. That'd be a whiff for me. Yeah, I'll take it. Like I said, I actually feel like Abby from like a challenge standpoint is actually pretty nice. So in that regard, I'll take it. Definitely could have been a lot worse for like who I got there. But yes, that is the GSSR. Now chat. Yesterday, we went over 3,000 days. Today, I get to go over the 42 million. Or, sorry, 32 million. Assuming they have it. Let me go find the news post. Do I still need more Morgan on JP? It would be nice, but I'm not sure I desperately want to try. Why NA got that GSSR earlier than JP did? Any theories on that? I don't think it's the same one, is it? Was this the GSSR that JP was missing? I don't think ours was limited. NA did get the same one. Yeah, I don't remember the NA one being limited, chat. That's actually really nice. I got all of these missions done when I first logged in. Yeah, Avalon did confirm. This is the exact same GSSR. Okay, so let me make sure, because there has been some confusion as to whether or not this expires. There you go, chat. This is a permanent edition. 30 days after the conditions for unlocking are met. What does that mean? That means if you don't meet the conditions, you don't lose the GSSR. They're just saying from the time it becomes available, you have 30 days to use it. And I'm going to be real with you guys, chat. There is absolutely a reason for them to do this. Look no further than how many people are still sitting on their SSR selector and things like that. Hey, CZ, how's it going? $30 to cope. Yep. They're just putting a limit so you can't sit on this for forever. All right, let's talk. I still have the free SSR. Yeah. Yeah, you are the reason that there is a 30-day cap on this. Okay. Sound like Joan Rivers? I hope I don't sound like Joan Rivers. Okay. So today we ended up getting the 32 million downloads campaign on JP. Not only is this another major milestone, but it brings with it all the usual trappings of download campaigns. However, it is significant because it represents a new milestone for JP players. This is basically going to add the Start Dash Limited 5-star Guaranteed Summon Part 2 to the JP server. This was something that NA already had. This was basically given to us a while ago, and JP is just now catching up in that regard. It's a really weird thing, but basically JP was owed a GSSR because NA had an extra one that JP didn't have. And that was kind of odd for a while, and we were wondering when they were ever going to haul it out. I'll be frank with you guys. I don't know why it took them this long. Maybe they wanted to specifically pair it up with the 32 million downloads campaign, but it is what it is. And we'll talk about this a little bit more in a second, but just real quick going through some of the campaigns here, basically to talk to you guys about all the stuff that you guys are going to be getting. You do have login bonuses. These are going to end up getting you just some really nice rewards, including a rare prism and up to 30 Saint Courts, assuming you log in. Similarly, you will also end up having new master missions, as this is part of the main quest clear support missions that they're adding in. So basically, if you have done story up through part 1 at least, you will get a ton of extra resources, including a Bond Grail, 360 5-star all embers, 2,800 evocation leaves, 95 million QP and statues and other things. So definitely a nice upping of the sort of like tutorial / milestone missions and just more rewards for completing story. Also, if you have cleared ordeal called number 4, you will basically be given a crystallized lore and a holy grail. So there is another incentive for you guys to go ahead and get the story done. I keep saying this before. I've said it already a lot on the stream, but it's pretty clear the devs want everybody to get caught up and to finish the story. This does appear to be the primary metric by which the developers are judging the game and its continued capacity to go on. So take this, if nothing else, as a personal plea from me, but if you're somebody like me that likes FGO and you would like to see the game continue onward, please make sure you guys, if you are playing JP, that you actually do Ordeal Call 4. This is something that the devs are heavily looking at. This is apparently going to be the determining factor as to whether or not like Nasu and Takeuchi just keep kind of production the way it has been, or whether or not they slack off and take a break. So if you would like it to not just be perpetually dead periods after the end of part 2, I highly advise trying to get done part 2 as fast as you possibly can. And that includes Ordeal Call. So please finish Ordeal Call for the rest of us that actually do like the game. Now, because this download campaign, usually we end up getting a refresh of the shop, and that's no different here. You guys will have another crack at all of your usual trappings of the Mana Prism and Rare Prism shop. However, there will be a new version put in there specific to the download campaign, so you'll be able to basically buy 2 sets of items instead of just 1. We're also going to get some returning craft essences, basically in the Mana Prism shop in the Mana Prism / Da Vinci version of the shop there, so that you guys will have a new roster of available old craft essences in case you had missed out on them. These are basically just old welfare CEs from events, but some of them are very good. I highly recommend taking a look at things like Ocean Flyer, Aerial Drive, and Made in Halloween especially can be very nice in a like solo or challenge environment. So some of these are very much worth your Mana Prisms if you didn't get them the first time around. We also ended up getting 4 new permanent command codes, the 5-star command codes added back to the shop. Some of these are particularly interesting, particularly the Da Vinci one that can actually be used to set up another unit in the party to have more NP damage. As a command code, that is fairly unique and fairly nice. So that's also worthy of your attention. Similarly, during this time period, all types of Ember Gathering will be available for a limited time, and the AP consumption of those basically will be reduced. So you'll have half-cost Ember Gathering with every type available. Definitely nice for those of you guys that are trying to get stuff leveled up, especially if you have just managed to pull a new unit off the GSSR. There'll also basically be a banner for Morgan Le Fay coming back here. Definitely another interesting one, as it's been a hot second since she's had one. And there will be, during this period, the strength of getting a great or super success doubled basically during this time period. So definitely another thing that you guys can take advantage of. Now, let's go ahead and let's talk about the GSSR and what you need to know about it. This is going to cost you 12 paid Saint Quartz. This is going to be a potluck GSSR. We actually haven't had one of these in a while. This is the way they used to run GSSRs in the game, and frankly, I'm glad we got away from it because these are not as good for you, the player. Basically, nowadays, we usually have pools that we can choose from that allow us to narrow our choices down a whole lot more. However, This is just a permanently available GSSR. You will have 30 days by which to complete the GSSR once you're eligible for it. The eligibility is determined by finishing part 1. So once you finish part 1, you'll have 30 days to do this GSSR or you lose it. But it is a permanent addition to the game and it will be offered to every single player at least the one time. So like we mentioned before, it is potluck, it is 12 courts, but it does include only a select amount of limited characters. This then makes it a really intriguing thing, but it also means you don't have a whole lot of control over it. Just kind of talking in general about the overall status of each of these characters and what you guys can expect of it. We're going to go through each one by one. So starting off the bat here, we have Arthur basically as our first 5-star saber here. Arthur has had a lot of upgrades over the years. Arthur is certainly an intriguing unit. And if Arthur gets the NP interlude he desperately needs and deserves, Arthur will actually be a pretty solid option as a Buster AoE saber. However, Arthur after 10 years still doesn't have that upgrade. So the question is going to be begged as to whether or not he will eventually get it. I'm sure at some point, due to a tie-in or some sort of story they wish to tell, he will get it. But at least for right now, Arthur's gotten the short end of the stick. So to me, he's not necessarily one of the best options to roll. There are many other better AoE sabers than Arthur at the point in time. Sigurd is another interesting one. Sigurd has also kind of gotten the short end of the stick. He has at least gotten some attention. His attack power is very good. His crit damage is absolutely bonkers as he has a 100% crit damage modifier. The big issue that Sigurd needs, he either needs his crits to become a little bit more consistent, which is something you can do with proper support, or he needs higher NP damage. This has definitely been one of the detractions against him over the years, is that he doesn't really stand toe-to-toe with the likes of, say, Musashi. But Musashi also doesn't have the crit damage that Sigurd has, so it ends up being a little bit of a trade-off. But most people prefer just higher overall damage, and therefore Sigurd usually is not the best choice for a lot of people. Next up, and our last saber here, is going to be Musashi. Musashi lacks in the department of charge and the capability of really just kind of automating her output and getting back to another MP over and over and over again. But she more than makes up for that with stellar card performance and absolutely just bonkers levels of NP damage. Musashi is the game's best single target saber in that regard, and definitely cuts like a knife through butter against most enemies that she's up against. In that regard, Musashi is probably the best saber you can get on this GSSR, but it definitely is going to depend on your own luck. Now, next up here, we have James Moriarty. Unfortunately, his VA did just pass away just the other day. It's a big, sad moment for us all. But Moriarty is, at least as an archer, in a little bit of a better spot now with the Koyanskaya and Oberon systems coming into the game. He used to be really in a bad spot due to that, but over the years, he's gotten a couple of upgrades. He still could use an NP interlude. This has actually been one of my main gripes, is that a lot of the archers just go relatively unnoticed, particularly the 5-star single target archers. They desperately need upgrades. Moriarty is no stranger to that. He's absolutely somebody that needs it as well, but he is still fairly operable and has at least basic functionality thanks to the new Buster supports. Well, newer at least. Next up here, we have Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc is also, ironically enough, probably somebody else that could use an upgrade at this point. Her looping is stellar. She was one of the first units in the game that could Black Grail loop, and she absolutely still can and still does it very well. What's her issue then? Her issue is actually not her refund at all. It is purely her damage output. Compared to the likes of Durga and some of the other more upgraded AoE archers, Joan of Arc as an archer has not gotten any love or any attention. She is untouched since she released. all the way back in, what was that, year 2 or year 3? I don't even remember off the top of my head anymore. But still, she could definitely use some sort of NP interlude at this point in time. It would help her hang with the likes of some of the newer and more upgraded units. So to me, that's what she could use, but she is still a very, very good solid looping and farming option for a lot of people. Aresh Kagal is going to be our only Lancer on this banner, and she's not a bad one to be here. That is to say, she is a limited unit, but her upgrades have made her much, much, much more viable over the years. She has gone from being the least damaging AoE Lancer to now she is one of the most damaging AoE Lancers. She is only surpassed, if her super effective Earth niche is not in play, by Melisson and now Lartoria. Lartoria actually ends up being the game's highest AoE damage Lancer at this point in time due to the adjustments with Waver, but Aresh Kagal is still very much in the mix and very good, both as a party buffer and somebody that can Black Grail loop. This may come as a surprise to you, but Aresh Kagal's upgrades have drastically helped her out, as well as the inclusion of things like the 5th append into the game, really making her a lot more capable. So she is a very, very good pickup on this banner. Next up for our riders, we have basically made Alter here as a single target quick rider. She's actually not bad. Her primary thing has always been damage output. Her kit does leave a little bit to be desired in terms of its clunkiness, but reloaded memes are definitely still solid. So wherein lies the issue? Well, she doesn't really have charge, so you will rely on card performance in order for her to get back to multiple MPs. And you definitely have a problem in the fact that Ozzy has gotten so buffed at this point that Ozzy just stands over the top of her and has much, much, much more utility. So to me, Maid Alter probably could, ironically enough, use a like NP interlude or some sort of damage buff, but we'll just have to see into the future. Also, don't nitpick me on using the term NP interlude. This is the old term that we always used to use whenever an NP needed an upgrade. Just assume if I say NP interlude, I'm meaning the same thing as NP strengthening. Next up here, we have Ivan the Terrible. Ivan's actually still probably the best AoE rider out there, at least as far as Buster is concerned. His damage output is absolutely stellar, and he definitely has some nice utility, though he has been rivaled by the likes of, say, Takeda Shingen, who can also Black Grail loop. So there is some interesting stuff at play for Ivan. Still, he is a very, very solid pickup. He hits very hard, though he is going to be the epitome of somebody that you're probably going to want to start out with a 50% CE rather than, say, like from 0. For casters, this is actually interesting. They give us Scotty as one of the potential pulls. Now, with a meta caster in that regard, or a meta support in general, usually it's either you have them or you don't. Getting that additional copy, if you already had Scotty, would maybe not be the best of solutions. And this may actually be a reason for some people to delay rolling OG Scotty until they've at least completed part 1, because they might just get her off of the GSSR here. But that being said, beggars can't be choosers. Usually a lot of the time you're going to have to just go after whatever meta supports you can, because the faster acquisition of those particular units will just make your account better in the short term and get it online much faster. Still, Scotty, as the original form of her, definitely does leave a little bit to be desired. We recently got Tiamat into the game, and Tiamat's charge skill is probably more the equivalent of something that Scotty needed, and it is a decent prototype of what Scotty could be like if we could manage to get Scotty to her NP naturally. But because we cannot do that in the normal cadence of a 3-turn without some sort of machinations on our part, I'm going to say that Scotty still remains as a very viable meta support for Quick, and definitely a good pickup, but I do think she could use some tweaking at this point by the devs. Next up, we get Umu Caster. Umu Caster recently got a buff. This actually did help her out some, but I was kind of disappointed with the buff, and it did not take her probably as far as she needed to go. She still gets out damaged by Ace in that regard, but the upgrade did really help damage output overall. So I can't say she's in a bad spot. She's just not in the best of spots particularly. So there are stiff competition in the AoE caster category, and she does lose still to Ace, as well as potentially even someone like Coup Caster. So that definitely does mean that she could use some love, but she is still a fairly solid unit in her own right, and the fifth append has helped out her ability to work in the Koinskaya system, with her third skill being able to be lowered from a 7-turn to a 6-turn cooldown. Next up, we have the Assassins. Semiramis is here, and well, she did get a nice upgrade. Semiramis still absolutely could use a whole lot more. To me, Semiramis is not really a good pickup here. There are multiple other better options as an AoE assassin, including literally just from the welfare category. Picking up the likes of Gray will probably net you better results in the short term. As far as the single target assassin goes, we have basically the old man of the mountain, aka King Hassan. King Hassan is definitely in a much better spot than Semiramis. He is really difficult to bring down in a challenge environment. He hits very solidly in terms of damage, and due to his upgrades, he definitely can hold his own. So in that regard, he is a really solid pickup. He's always been a pretty cool character and unit, so don't feel bad if you get King Hassan. Next up for the Berserkers, we have Mysterious Heroine X Alter. This is a similar situation to Maid Alter. We basically have the likes of both Castoria Berserker and Lilith now as competitors for MHXA in the Berserker category. So that leaves MHXA in a weird spot. While her damage is absolutely stellar, everything, just like with Maid Alter, is reliant on card performance. She does not have any charge and does not have any survivability, so it makes it quite difficult to get her to operate in the current systems. I believe she could use a pass. Her damage output is definitely still solid, but you do run into the problems of basically needing to support her extremely well in order for her to succeed at the highest level. Next up, we have Hijikata. Hijikata did at least get guts. This really helped him out quite a bit. He is a 1 HP memer, as I like to refer to them, basically a berserker who will deal damage the less health they have. They will deal more damage. So Hijikata has always been solid for that purpose, but now that he has all the tools within his own kit that he needs to succeed, it is a much better sort of existence for him. Still, I usually am not a huge fan of the 1 HP memers. I don't like having to take somebody all the way down to the lowest possible health to get the most damage out of them. It is a very risk/reward type of setup, and it can definitely backfire on you pretty easily. So not a bad pickup with Hijikata, but definitely one that you will have to pay attention to and be careful with. Now we make it to the extra classes here. We have Sherlock Holmes, and Holmes is a fairly interesting both arts and crit support. Holmes is also going to be widely known as pretty much the only one in the game that can give everybody else in the party invuln pierce and defense pierce. This is a really, really good cocktail for him. Holmes has always kind of been offensive crit support because of this, and he does result in some really interesting compositions. Now, that being said, if that doesn't sound like your cup of tea, feel free to try to avoid him as much as possible. But Holmes is a very solid and fun unit to use, and you definitely won't regret having him. For our alter egos, we actually have 3 options here. We start out with basically Okitan. Okitan is certainly not a bad unit, and due to the Koinskaya and Oberon systems existing in the game, she has gotten a whole lot better. So what is the problem? Well, the problem for her is basically that Tiamat exists and just pretty effortlessly out damages her. So Oki-Tan probably could use something at this point. She's kind of at every step over, the multitude of years that she has existed, kind of gotten to a point where she was finally turning the corner and getting better and being like maybe one of the better alter ego options. And then each time the devs did something to basically change that, including buffing Kiara, releasing new units, and basically at this point just kind of absolutely destroying her with Tiamat. So it is what it is. She's certainly still a cute unit and definitely a solid one, but there are better options out there. Now, Kiara Alter Ego is, ironically enough, somebody that had been the primary competition for Oki-Tan for years. She still has one of the better kits overall out there in the game because it kind of does everything. So what's the problem? Well, same deal. She's basically just gotten trounced by Tiamat at this point. She is completely outclassed in terms of damage, despite the fact that her kit has functionally everything it needs to succeed. It is just pure and simple power creep, and it's definitely one of the issues that hurts Kiara over the years. That being said, Kiara is not a bad pickup because of the breadth and variety of scenarios that her kit can cover, so she is definitely a decent option for you. And last but certainly not least, we have Melt Lilith here. Melt is basically going to end up being your best alter ego that you can pick up at this point. Melt is the primary pressure being exerted on single target cavalry class units because Melt's damage output has gotten so ridiculous that you'd kind of be a fool not to get her. So in this regard, Melt is an extremely good pickup and possibly one of the best pickups in this GSSR if you don't already have her. She's just a very good single target alter ego and excels at her job. For Moon Cancers, the only one we have here is 5-star AoE BB. This is basically your Buster AoE one, and the interesting part about her is going to be her card lock memes. She still does have things like 50% charge, hard survivability, AoE drain on her NP that can make her useful. But the primary reason a lot of people will turn to Summer BB is because they actually really just like the card lock capability that she has. The upside is that you have the ability to lock in any hand that you get. The downside is there is RNG as to whether or not you get the right hand. There are certain ways with newer units that can manipulate cards where we can maybe lock in an entire solid hand for one unit. But beyond that, there's usually an opportunity cost. That is to say, you have to take someone like Summer BB over maybe another more meta support. So it is what it is, but it definitely can be a very nice utility to have and can allow already very strong newer units to pop off even harder. So BB is a solid pickup if you did not already have her. For our foreigners, rounding out the end of the list here, we have Abigail Williams. Abby is basically in her single target buster form a just phenomenal boss killer. She's an excellent unit to throw into challenge compositions when you don't know what you're facing. That being said, most players would probably prefer to go in armed with information, so you don't necessarily see that being too common of a tactic. But Abby just specializes in debilitating the enemies, getting to her NP again and again thanks to her numerous buffs, and buff stripping enemies before her damage goes out. So it's very hard to stop an Abby that is properly supported, and that does make her a pretty solid pickup. And then last on the list is Miss Hokusai. She is a fantastic AoE foreigner, and she does have the capability of looping. She can stack defense downs on the enemy and does have hard survivability. The issue is her refund can be suspect at times, and definitely her damage can leave a little bit to be desired. She does have the anti-man attribute niche, and that can definitely help her out. But this is something to be concerned with, as overall, we do have some pretty insane monsters in the foreigner class as well, with the likes of Kukulkan. So Hokusai can be a decent pickup. She's still got one of the most beautiful NPs in the entire game, and I definitely love her Ascension forms. But admittedly, performance could be better, and she could probably use yet another buff. So that is the list of all of your 5-star units in this GSSR. Honestly, it's really just going to boil down to, more than anything, what your account needs. But let me know who you guys get in the comments below. I'll be curious to hear your thoughts. Also, again, which one of these units do you have your eyes set on the most? Hopefully that is the one you got, but I'll be curious to hear either way. Thank you guys for watching. Enjoy the 32 million downloads campaign. Have a good weekend, and I will see you guys for the next one. There we go, chat. Oh. Do, 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 do. King meta for Grand Assassin raid, probably. That'll be interesting. I mean, it'll depend on whether or not it's an AoE one or not, right? That, I think, is always up for grabs at this point. Okay, so we did NA, we did JP. Well, actually, let's do... I have another run here on JP. Good job, boss. Thank you, okay? Appreciate it. Oh, wait, no, hold on. I need Tiamat. Arisu. Not good enough. King-san will probably be the Grand Assassin. I would expect him to be, though technically he has vacated his seat, so it'd be an interesting thing to see who else they might do. Like, I feel like I'm also going to be really interested to see Grandcaster. There's just, like, there's a couple of them here that I feel like are really intriguing just to see who they choose. Because, like they talked about in the interview, there are definitely units that they... Like, they don't necessarily pick the most obvious unit. They just make sure that they pick a unit that is interesting and makes sense. So I'll be curious to see some of the choices. Merlin? Yeah. Merlin makes a whole lot of sense. But, like, what if it's not Merlin? then you begin to be like, wait a minute. And before it's Castoria? Yeah, could be. Yeah, we have not had a Saberface be the Grand for anything. Good is not till mid-late November. Yeah. Well, if you're talking about the fact that I was mentioning Takeda Shingen, it's because that's a JP GSSR. So they've already had him. not pop that. And then do that. Imagine Grand Rider being made alter. That would actually be really cool. But I would hope that if they did that they would give her a buff. Because, again, she's somebody else that could need it. I hate to say it, chat, but what the, Famitsu interview revealed to me in the end is that basically, as much as I've always wanted to assume the devs have plans on unit upgrades and stuff like that, I think it has revealed to me that they just flat out fucking don't. I think they just kind of go with probably some sort of internal dialogue with Type Moon. They discuss who they think needs an upgrade, and then those units get upgrades. And that's it. So I have long thought that the devs maybe had a little bit more intelligence with that stuff. I think a lot of their intelligence is on initial unit design, and I feel like upgrades are maybe not well thought out, unfortunately. And that's why you see, you'll see one unit get 5 upgrades, and you'll see another unit get 0 after 10 years. And you're like, huh? Grand Rider is probably made because Nasu, bro. That would at least be funny. Is Maid Alter your grand? Yeah, she'll be mine. Where's my Jekyll buff single? What do you mean Jekyll got a buff and everyone hated it? That is the problem with it. Yeah, see, chat, I'm not done yet with the event. I am sitting at 85,000 of 90. So it just is what it is. But, I mean, technically, chat, you shouldn't be done. You should just keep going and grinding as many boxes as you can. Because this is a mini lotto event, right? There is nice rewards from this. Maid Alter hits like a truck now. Imagine with a 50% battery and 20% NP regen. That'd be nice. I'm not going to lie. And I don't think it would make her broken. To me, the issue that we have when we compare Maid Alter is that Ozzy does more damage. This is just an inherent problem. Because ask yourself what Maid Alter does. Maid Alter is a damage dealing unit. She is a hyper fixated damage dealing unit. But Ozzy does more damage despite having party-wide utility, charge, and just in general, better overall support. That's kind of fucked up. So in that regard, Maid Alter should be doing a whole lot more. Cat uncaring about the pseudo lotto. I'm gonna just be honest with you guys. I am both simultaneously just too damn busy. And also just my JP account is well enough off that it doesn't desperately need any of it. If that makes any sense. Ozzy is just nuts. Yeah, I mean, it's no ill will towards Ozzy. It's just Ozzy is way too strong right now and has been sitting on top of the single target riders. Because of Ozzy's overall utility plus everything else. For instance, Kets used to be neck and neck with him for years, and then people would ask me, should I choose Kets or should I choose Ozzy? And I would basically tell people every time, choose Ozzy. Because removing character desire and things like that from the equation, Ozzy straight up just offered more. He was a better unit gameplay wise. And that sucks. It's one of the reasons that I felt like Ketch should be a higher damaging unit than Ozzy. But Ketch just hasn't gotten the same attention that Ozzy has. Ozzy has gotten the most attention for the single target riders by far, besides everybody except Ushi Wakamaru. Ushi is the only one that has gotten more buffs. So, like, it is what it is. Make his battery 30%. I mean, honestly, that'd be an interesting thing. I'm of the stance that, like, Ozzy can be strong. There's no issue with that per se, but because of Ozzy's overall utility, he shouldn't be the strongest. So, like, they kind of need to do something. Like, chat, if single target archers were not so destitute, I would literally be talking way more about single target riders. Because they are next on the list. Do you think Noah will be an AoE unit considering Nemo is single target? Nemo is single target. Nemo is also AoE. Everyone forgets Santa Nemo. So I don't even know that Noah's going to be a new unit. Because it's like... And that we're all assuming we get Noah. They could throw us a fast one. Wait, what? Hollow Knight Silksong Switch digital pre-order is $20 at GameStop. Most likely has a Switch 2 upgrade. Like, the original was pretty cheap, but like... Please, chat. Please buy Black Ops 7 for $80 with our new battle pass. Please. Won't someone think of the poor developer? Like, if that shit's only $20, oh my god. I think we can declare AAA dead. Like... Doc, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate it, my man. The poor shareholders, you mean? Yeah, it feels like that's just the case at this point. Like, the AAA is just rotting on a vine, and they can't get out of their own way. Like, chat, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I know a lot of people are, like, really excited for Battlefield 6, okay? I am not buying Battlefield 6. Battlefield 6 looks to me like it's going to be a COD clone, and this is going to upset some Battlefield fans in the chat, but I just do not trust that they're not going to, like, microtransact the hell out of it. I don't trust it. I think if you're a Battlefield fan, you probably need to go back and play the old Battlefield still. Oh, there we go. Back to school campaign. Make one new friend follower. Yes! People are accepting me because I didn't actually accept anybody. No. They did it for me. Let's see. I need to do friend summons, complete main quests, Ember Gathering, Training Ground, Treasure Vault. High difficulty quest on Bleached Earth one time. Yeah, those are not getting done. That was a big argument when Hollow Knight first blew up in popularity. Yep. Battlefield 4 Premium for 5 USD on Steam is way better buy. I do agree with that. Like, I know people are really excited for 6, but I feel like while they listened just enough to try to like trap everybody because they're desperate. To understand why they're desperate, understand that 2042 sucked ass and did not pull numbers. Understand that EA's other properties, including BioWare and all of their sports games, are like underwater. Their sports games are the only reason they have not declared bankruptcy. And even their sports games are struggling right now. They lost the FIFA license, and everybody is grilling them over their loot boxes and scummy practices with microtransactions. So they desperately need Battlefield 6 to succeed. They are hoping Battlefield 6 becomes like COD. And I think that's why you see so much COD design in Battlefield 6. They're trying to capture that player base. They don't give a rat's ass about the Battlefield people. That game pissed me off so bad after the insane ending of 3. Yeah. So it's like, I know everybody wants 6 to succeed, but I smell a rat. I don't believe it's basically the second coming that everybody is claiming it to be. Okay, so as we continue on in the story here. It's just a berserker. It's probably against my better judgment, but we're going to switch and we're going to do my Arcuid here. Just finished the Olga CQ on an A. Wasn't too bad for this one. Yeah, Flare Olga's not too bad. FIFA makes money like the country's GDP. Well, it used to. I'm not sure that it does anymore. From everything I've heard, FIFA did. Football club does not, apparently. One day we'll get Titanfall 3, boys. Didn't they pull the plug on Titanfall 3? Because basically it just wasn't popular enough. I've also heard, yeah, because like Respawn is their other one, and I've heard that like Apex is just struggling. But I don't play Apex enough to know if that's actually true. I'm just going to send this. I see no reason not to. Still flabbergasted at how EA purposely screwed Titanfall 2 over. Yeah. Dad, mind if I put my friend code on here? Go for it. Absolutely overran with cheaters and nothing done. To be fair, okay, I hate to say it, but I do believe that modern shooters are going to begin to really struggle. I don't think they can keep a lid on the cheaters anymore. And like supposedly chat during the Battlefield 6 beta, they banned 30,000 cheaters. And that's just what they caught. That is so much. That is such an absurd number, chat. There were 500,000 people playing it on Steam. 30,000 is still a statistically significant chunk of that. That is so many people that it means that on average, you had a cheater in just about every single game you played. That's so fucked. Because like I said, remember that 30,000 number is just how many they banned. There were clearly more. We got IRL aimbots now, so yeah, I don't see them being able to stop stuff like that. How could you cheat in a beta? Because it was still functioning on largely the same engines and systems that the old Battlefields did. And I know that sounds like absurd, but yeah, that's why. Titanfall 2 got released between COD and Battlefield. Yeah, and I will say this. That is just a massive, like, logistical blunder. I've seen people, like, saying, hey, I'm going to delay my game because Silksong's coming out. I've seen people say, hey, we're going to delay because Grand Theft Auto is coming out. And I've seen people, like, mock these studios. Anybody that mocks a studio for delaying their game because another more popular game is coming out is a fucking idiot. I don't know any other way to say that. Like, it is just actually smart business sense. Why would you mock a studio for delaying? It's smart of them to do it. What about releasing your game sooner before a popular game releases, like a month in advance? Oh, so you mean how Game of the Year Baldur's Gate 3 decided to release earlier to get away from Starfield? I can't say that that was a bad idea. It clearly worked out for them. Bethesda has also lost the plot. I'm not willing to say that, like, Bethesda's dead or anything like that. I still have a little bit of hope and faith in them. But you're not wrong, to at least to the degree of Starfield. I think Starfield was one of the, like, more soulless games I've played that I managed to still overall enjoy and play for a while. Let me show you guys what I mean. Chat, I don't get to 164 hours playtime if the game is shit. Okay? Starfield is not a bad game. But Starfield lacks soul. It does not. It feels like the most decision by committee, like unwilling to take a chance type of game that, like, that is what ultimately held it back. And I'm going to be honest with you. The only reason Starfield still has any amount of relevancy is the mods. And I did call this back then. I said, regardless of the issues with Starfield, I knew it would succeed because of this. And I've been right. Because the people still playing Starfield are still playing it because of the mods. And why? Because I knew, and this was the exact reason I was excited for Starfield. Chat. What was the last good Star Wars game we had? And there it is. A moddable space exploration RPG. Yeah. That always had Star Wars written all over it. Always. I knew that is what it was going to turn into. And therefore, I knew that game could not fail. It's too big to fail. It's too good of an idea. To be fair, anything released 3 days after Starfield would have been okay. Starfield at least still had a lot of people playing it when it first came out. The internet definitely like gave it a once over, right? But I'm also going to say the internet. So let me be clear here, chat. To understand the phenomenon, you need to understand that almost everybody and their brother got Starfield. Why? Why? If you can't answer that, you probably don't know and probably should not weigh in. God, I cannot even fathom how many hours I actually have on this. Like, this is just the recorded amount. This game, chat, you guys need to understand. Skyrim was the game of the decade. Okay? And by a lot of metrics, you could still argue Skyrim is the game of the century currently. This game was so popular, people took off work to play it at a time when people didn't really do that. Everybody played it. Everybody was excited for it. Everybody modded the shit out of it. So when Starfield was coming, everybody thought this was going to be the Star Wars / Mass Effect version of that. That's what everybody was thinking Starfield would be. How did the devs fail? I'm going to just be honest with you. Starfield's story is straight ass. Starfield has somehow... It honest to God, it feels like Starfield has less content than Skyrim does. And that is unacceptable. Now, if you were to go ask an actual developer who worked on Starfield, they would tell you that's not true. It's like so astronomically wrong. Starfield absolutely has like probably 10 times the content that Skyrim has. But you don't feel that way. I don't feel that way. Why don't we feel that way? And that is your answer. It doesn't have substance, yeah. I think the saddest part is even though everyone got it, the game itself left almost zero impact culturally. Where are the memes, the cosplays, the fan art? That's what I said. It felt like everything was decisioned by committee. There's just nothing very memorable about the game. And that's sad. Like, I will still go back and I will play Starfield again at some point, but I am waiting for more DLC. I am waiting for more fixes. I am waiting for more systems. And I don't blame anybody else for taking the same stance. I saw the list of mods my buddy had for Skyrim. That's when I saw how much of a gooner he was. I have a very humble 187 mods. And I only keep the mods that work. And I will probably go back and I will probably play Skyrim again when the itch calls. I have played Skyrim so many times over the years. I have played it so much that I'm pretty sure I've been everywhere and done everything in the game at some point. It's a game that's worth it. Oh, I've said this before. Like, if you were to charge me $500 to play Skyrim, I'd pay it. And I would feel like I got the better deal still. Now, the thing is, and let me state this. This is also the issue with Starfield, okay? Skyrim is not for everyone. If you don't like open world RPGs, you're not going to like Skyrim. You're not going to like Oblivion. You're not going to like Fallout. You're not going to like Starfield. So that was the disservice that happened there. You had a shit ton of people that gaslit themselves into playing a game that they really probably should not have played. I'll give you another example of when this happened. And it literally happened within the past 5 years. Tell me I'm wrong. There's a reason why Elden Ring's player count peaked so hard and almost immediately fell right back down to earth. Because this peak was still like, I think it's like 700,000 players, and it fell back down to like 200,000. Because 500,000 players shouldn't have fucking picked up the game and only got it because they hyped themselves into the point of thinking that they had to try it. So it is what it is. Okay, we could take Kai, but we're not going to. We're going to find that Kadroth fellow, and we're going to take him. Because this is a saber-only fight. So this is probably Mordred. FromSoft makes such good games, but they're not for everyone. Yeah, I mean, like, chat. Full disclosure here. I have heard numerous people tell me that Elden Ring Night Rain is a great game. And I won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. I'm not saying it's a bad game. But I know that its battle royale / roguelike mechanics do not interest me and do not make me want to play it. If I played it, I would likely have a bad opinion of it. But I know that, so I just don't play it. And therefore, it can be a fantastic game in its own right, but it's just not for me. And you know what? That's fine. That's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Looks like we got some enforcement knights to get through first. This could make things problematic. I'm not touching Night Rain as it's not for me. Yeah, exactly. And that's, like I said, people just got to come like way more to grips with that. It's like, you could play Starfield and you could hate it, and it might just not be for you. Like, I can't tell you how many times I saw someone play Starfield and said, this game sucks. I didn't like Skyrim anyways. And you sit there and you go like, those two statements, Starfield sucks and I didn't like Skyrim. It's like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You didn't like any other game that this game was based off of. Why the fuck would you think that you liked this game? I don't understand people like that. But it's also why, like, gatekeeping should probably be a thing. And it's also why you shouldn't just try to get every one of your friends to play a game. If you know the friend doesn't like that, why would you try to do it? I'll give you guys an example. My friend, Mr. Danger Creamy, he does not like two major things that I can think of. One, he has thalassophobia, so he does not like the ocean. Okay? So, recommending Creamy play a game with me where we're on a boat in the middle of the ocean is probably a stupid idea. Simultaneously, Creamy doesn't usually like PvP in video games. So, trying to get Creamy to play some PvP game with me, also probably a bad idea. Right? So it's like, if you know that the friend is not gonna like that style of thing, but you keep insisting that they should try it, you do not only your friend a disservice, you do yourself a disservice. And it's so wacky to see people like not understand that. Okay, so we're up against Mordred here. Mordred also has her own gimmick. You can see Rampage. This is going to set charge to maximum each turn. This means I am on a timer. I kill or am killed by Mordred. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to kill Mordred. That's basically the best case scenario here. And the hope will be that we drain. Now, there's two ways I can do this. I can do this the preventative / inefficient way. This is the way that you should play the game, which would be that I can protect the entire party by pressing Lady Avalon's Invul. Or I can just send this NP, hope it drains, and if it doesn't, I can scuff, aka I can close the game down before the turn ends and revert back. That is absolutely a possibility for people to do. Some people will look down on it in the challenge community, but frankly speaking, if you're a more casual player of the game, who gives a rat's ass? I didn't drain her. It didn't matter. Thalassophobia is a good word. Well, I think Creamy would beg to differ, but he didn't drain or charge anyways. Yeah, Squirtoria has a 70% chance to drain, so it's a highly likely thing, but also not guaranteeable. However, and this is an interesting aspect, chat. I'm not sure. I'd have to go look, but Squirtoria's drain does happen after damage goes out. It is possible that I could not drain Mordred because Mordred was considered to be dead. That is technically a possibility. You drained her health instead, pretty much. Just outright killing is fine too. Yeah. Hey, if you have the power, go for it. McCad, I didn't have Lady Avalon in 2018. Yep, that's true. Ironically enough, when Camelot came out, you also didn't have Squirtoria. But she's still a very solid option even now. Now, this is interesting. This is a 1 out of 2 battle. I don't know why, but we're going to find out. There's the overkill. Or Merlin. True. Break bars before break bars existed. Yes. Oh my god, it's Mordred again. Now, I could try to drain her, chat, but why would I try? And there you go. I made the Mordred gimmick look like it was nothing. Now, I don't believe we're done with Mordred. I think there's at least one more iteration. I thought Squirt came out with Camelot. No. Basically, Summer 1 happened right after Camelot. I believe it even happened like in between, if memory serves. There was also a period where, like, for instance, you could not roll Lartoria, but Lartoria was in the game. Sorry, you could roll Lartoria, but basically the only way that she was rollable was if you had beaten Camelot and you rolled the story banner, which did not guarantee you her. Because she had not officially had a banner yet. And then they released their anniversary, which had a GSSR. And you could get her in that GSSR, but she still hadn't had a banner yet. Old FGO was whack, chat. And then we got the second banner to Camelot. And then we got Summer. So it was like really kind of wacky. This is a 1 out of 2, and none of these are particularly threatening, so I'm wondering what is on wave 2. Only true degenerates rolled the story banner. I didn't. Now, I regretted that. I about had the same result as if I had rolled the story banner. I also did not go after Lartoria in the GSSR, and that was the actual bad choice. So there were 2 pools that you could choose for the GSSR. There was pool number 1 and pool number 2. I don't remember who was in pool number 1 specifically that I was after. I do know that Lartoria was in pool number 2, but I said, well, whatever, I'm going to roll for Lartoria anyways. So I didn't roll pool number 2. So what did I get, chat? Does anyone that's an old member of the channel, you might remember who I got. In fact, let me see. I'll maybe see if I can pull up the GSSR. I'm amazed at how much I still remember all of this. See, there's Camelot Summoning Campaign 2. There's Summer. Takeuchi drew something for an A. Nice. Where's the GSSR? Yeah, the 3 knights plus extra the 4 horsemen. Like I said, Lartoria was on this. I did not roll this one. I think because at the time I had her. I had her. And I basically just said, well, I definitely like her, but the odds of a repeat aren't good here. And I'm going to roll for Lartoria anyways. So instead, I rolled this one. So, chat, who did I get? There's a reason I specifically remember this one. Nope. I did not have Jack at the time, and I did not get Jack until I rolled Lartoria. Vlad? Nope. Ozzy? Nope. Titty Monk? Nope. Titty Monk, actually, I spent about 1,300 quartz trying to get. Nightingale? Nope. Mabe? Nope. Somebody else said Drake? Nope. Kamamo? Nope. Kualter? Nope. Why do I remember this, chat? Why do I remember this? Allow me, for anyone that's new. Just for reference. This is Annie 1. This is the first year. So why do I remember this, chat? I'm waiting on someone to say it. No one said it yet. Why do I specifically remember rolling waiver in the first anniversary GSSR? Field got it. Already in the first year, I had gotten 5 waiver spooks. And then I got waiver on the GSSR, and it was my very first ever USO. That's why I remember it. And I'll never forget it. It's why I remember the exact timing of the banners. It's why I remember my folly. Because, chat, I absolutely should have avoided that banner. Waiver was the only unit on that GSSR that I could get a USO from. And it still happened. So it's like, not only that, I got further compounded and dunked on by then having to go 1890 courts for Lartoria in P1. Right after that. So do you think I should have rolled the other category? I think I should have. I think I regret that one. Trauma, indeed. Is that why you fear USOs so much during GSSRs? Yes. Yes. I have been there. Chat. I want allow me. Back then, let me show you the units on this banner that I had. That's it. That's it. And this was NP1. And this was NP5. And you guys can see there are 10 units. I didn't lose a 20%. I lost a 10%. There was only a 10% chance of getting a USO. And I got it. So you want to know why I don't like getting USOs on GSSRs? That's why. Because if I can, I will. And I hate to break this one to you, chat. That is not the only time I've gotten a USO off a GSSR. So I have a very healthy respect for it and fear of it. That's also why when people get upset when I roll like a double GSSR, I don't give a rat's ass. Because I have gotten hard fucked by GSSRs multiple times. So it's like getting USOs that are completely worthless to me, and then the game finally bails me out and gives me a double. Yeah, sure, why not? I understand now. Cat has been broken since year one. Yes. Yes, I have. Does your NA have 10 USOs right now? No. It has 11. To be fair, chat, I had planned to use them this year, and then it just didn't happen. You could literally get whatever you want. That's true. I could. Victoria USO easy. Yep. He's seen all the world's evils. He's been Cad Alter the whole time. Forgive me, chat, but this is one of the reasons why I have my whale cred. Okay? It's why when someone's like, Cad, did you see so-and-so whaling? Cad, you don't know. Cad, you've never had that. Cad, you've never experienced... Doesn't faze me. I've seen everything, chat. Literally everything. My dream is for CAD to pay me 2 USOs per month for editing, if only that were possible. Well, I mean, we could make something like that possible, but we'd have to get you whaled up to a point. Is it ever recommended to skip GSSR Destiny Pool Summon if you can afford it? What do you mean? Like, is there logic to skipping? Yes, sometimes. If you're somebody in my position, theoretically, you could get to a point where you just say a GSSR is not worth it. I'm just paying for a USO. Even then, if you're at that point, that is probably one of the cheapest USOs you'll ever get. So, arguably, it's still worth. Where would it not be worth? You have NP5 of just about everybody. And you already have too many USOs to actually do anything with it. And before someone in chat says that's not a thing, think again. It is absolutely possible to have too many USOs. I am not that level of whale, and I will never be. Thank God. But there is a different level of logic that applies when you are that level of player. This is why when I say free-to-plays can do anything that a whale can do, that is the truth. With like basically just a couple of exceptions. And one of those exceptions is things like USOs. Okay? This is why sometimes whales operate with a different logic than free-to-plays do. And this is why, for years, I have basically taught free-to-plays how to play like a whale, and whales how to play like a free-to-play. Because it's actually good to know both strategies. Cad with his casual 20 NP5 Merlins right now. No, yeah, like I said, I'm not on that level. When I say I've seen everything, I mean I have either experienced myself or I've seen it. I've seen somebody else have it. The strat is called free to whale. But no, I like a little bit. That is one of the reasons I got popular. Is I explained whale strats to free to plays. And I basically allowed free-to-plays to understand why whales played the way that they did. And then I talked to them about it as to whether or not they should also adopt the same tactics. In most cases, the answer was no. A free-to-play can play like a whale, but it's not in their best interest to do so. Let's go with the Brave Chain. Didn't get the first crit. That's big sad. If we had, we would have killed. I genuinely want to know Cad's opinion on that. Sorry, on what? Other systems to get 4 and 5 stars, like a system where every time you summon, you get coins. What's that? You want more servant coins? No, I don't hate the idea. And I do feel like that's one of the ways in which like more modern gachas just kind of have a better system than FGO does. I think particularly with regards to 4-stars, that really does make a lot of sense. I don't know that the devs will ever do it. How to farm FGO with this one weird trick? Yeah. How do you like your burgers cooked? Okay, so I actually answered that yesterday, but I guess Ash wasn't watching stream. Self-control is hard. Yeah, 100%. It's why like I call people out for it. Wait, writer. This has just got to be wyverns. Gotta be wyverns. But yeah, no, it's why I'll call people out when they're not exercising self-control or they're not exercising consistency and then they shit on the game. So let me give you 2 examples. Example number 1 is like you said, like self-control. Well, if you YOLO every banner and then you say that it's impossible to reach pity, I'm gonna laugh at you. Example number 2, consistency. If you claim it's impossible to hit pity, but you don't play the fucking game every day, I'm gonna laugh at you. Not because you don't play the game every day, but because your take is wrong and bad. And it's bad because you don't play. You don't realize that. That's a like short-sightedness. And then they'll go like, well, I shouldn't have to play the game every day. And then I'll be like, yeah, sure. Go back to playing like Uma Musume every day or Honkai Star Rail every day. And then tell me that that's an actual take, right? Like, of course you don't have to play the game every day. But you can't judge one game off of not playing it every day, but then you play another game every day and that game's better. It's like you're not applying the same balance and concept to it at that point. But no, I mean, self-control is the hardest thing. A lot of what this boils down to, chat, here's your life hack. It's this word. You have to have this. If you don't have willpower, you won't succeed in anything in life. It does not matter what it is. It can be any number of things. But if you don't have willpower, you will not succeed. So it's like, it's just something you've got to learn. If you're sitting there thinking, man, I really need Merlin, but you blew your load on like 3 other things prior to Merlin, you didn't need Merlin. It's that simple. 2 HP. So it's like if you actually really did need Merlin, if that was the thing and you were like, man, I've got to get him, you have to keep reminding yourself of that. You have to basically beat it into your own skull that you can't roll that other unit that's in the way. It will stop you from getting the thing that you want. For instance, chat, the new player account really wanted to roll Ibuki, but I didn't. Why? Because Castoria is coming. If you ever need help with willpower, come to me. Talk to me. Ask me. I've had numerous people do it over the years. I can easily tell you guys how to reshape your thinking to not roll. Because there's never a problem with, hey, Cad, should I roll? It's always, hey, I don't think I should roll here. Tell me why that's right. And then I can easily just frame it for you and talk to you about why you shouldn't. Because In general, and I've said this before, I'm one of the only people that'll usually tell you not to roll. If you go ask most other people, anybody in the community, and you're like, should I roll X unit? They will say yes. Unless their opinion of that unit is bad. And then that's still not necessarily a conclusive answer because people have all sorts of biases. But I'm one of the only people that will tell you, no, don't roll. Keep your eye on the prize. Focus on the thing that matters. Chat would riot if you luck sacked. You should have seen chat back during 2020. I joke that basically I was the low-key cause of COVID because something had to like universally offset the pure amount of bullshit luck that I had in 2020. My average per SSR was under 150 quartz for the entire year. That is how lucky I got in 2020. Now, again, people would potentially lynch me over stuff like that. But the reason that I got so lucky in 2020 is because of how unlucky I got in 2019. 2019 was me spending over 8,000 quartz in one summer. Cat, I need to roll Jekyll and Hyde. I heard he's the strongest in the game. Should I save my Saint Quartz? No. Not for Jekyll and Hyde. Was that when you got, I think, double Musashi on GSSR JP? No, I never got a double Musashi, but I think you're thinking of, there was a GSSR where I pulled a Musashi and a K-scope and one other SSR. All in one GSSR. I forgot any interest in the Metal Gear Solid 3 semi-remake. Yes, but I'm still kind of waiting to hear how the performance of it is. It comes out... Wait, did it come out already? Already out? Okay. So how is it? %82 on Steam apparently at the moment. That's not bad. I heard the performance on PlayStation 5 was bad, but I mean, maybe they just didn't optimize it for PlayStation 5. I feel like it's so difficult nowadays. Oh, wait, hold on. This is a saber. I'm going to play it safe. I don't think this is Mordred again yet, but this might be. Performance, I heard, isn't great right now. I mean, if it's 82% on Steam, that's probably not too terrible. Yeah, it's very positive. Or a farming simulator downvoted. Impressive. That is one of the takes of all time. Does it use UE5? Yes. Though, let's be honest, chat. What modern release doesn't? I think this is just in general our issue. Chat. Red wine. That's all I'm saying. I refuse to buy games using Unreal 5. Based. I said it back when Unreal 5 was first becoming popular with a lot of games, but I did not like it. I could tell that there was a lot of issues with Unreal 5. I heard Tim Sweeney recently came out, and he's the Epic CEO. They own Unreal as an engine. And he was blaming developers for like the poor implemented games of Unreal 5. I laughed because while there is probably some truth to what he is saying, at the same time, the engine absolutely has a multitude of issues, and they do not make it easy to optimize their engine. They have absolutely waited to do a lot of that, and they are only now responding to backlash purely because they realize it's a brand and reputational risk. And now they're trying to throw developers under the bus and saying they're not doing their job. But the reality is they milked the crap out of the developers with pretty absurd licensing fees and no real fucking support after years. So it's like you sit there and you blame them despite them being your paying customers. Hate to break it to you, bucko, that's not a winning strategy. Chat, that would be the equivalent of, if you remember the conversation we had earlier in stream, that would be the equivalent of me being like, you're the reason my D&D streams aren't working. This is your fault. It's not going to make you want to watch a D&D stream, right? Like, so it's like when you hear basically the product blaming the consumer and saying that's the issue, you sit there and you go, that's an interesting, that's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. And then inevitably, no, it doesn't. Question, waffle fries, regular fries, or home fries? What is the difference between a home fry and a regular fry, in your opinion? Nicotina, thank you for the 19. How's it going? Yeah, like when you say home fries, are you referring to like potato wedges? Like steak fries, in effect? Home fries are wedge shaped. Okay, so steak fries. Honestly, yeah, I probably prefer like wedge shaped more than anything. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter to me. The inner fatso in me likes French fries. I think that's the the English slash Irish, and I say Irish, I'm not Irish at all, but like it's just the like Britannic in me. There you go. 2 AoE waves. I didn't complete it as fast as possible, but it was still only a 4 turn with a single target. We drink wine inside of honeydew melons with a little bit of sugar and ice. Interesting. I mean, that kind of sounds a little bit like sangria. But yeah, I could see that being good. Gotta be white wine, though. Yeah, I could see that. I'm not a huge fan of white wine. I can drink white wine, but red wine, fucking chef's kiss. Like, chat, I cannot tell you how many bottles I have next to me. This is just what I currently have in the room with me, okay? So, it is what it is. How did Ordeal Call fight go for you? Which one? Are you talking about Flare Olga here on NA? Or are you talking about like the actual Ordeal Calls on like JP? Olga NA? It was not too hard for me. I basically did it Saberface only. I kind of got bad RNG and I popped a command seal in the end, but I think if I had gone back and refought the final wave, I probably could have done it without a command seal. Cad's an alcoholic? No, I actually don't drink that often. Dead serious. But if there is anything that I can drink, it's wine. I think that is... So, chat, this is an interesting thing about me. My mother insists that this is true, and I feel like she's correct. So, my grandfather, after the war, came back to Florida and worked as a chemist in a... how should I put this? Like, in an orange juice factory. My grandfather got put on the line for taste testing because he had a discerning palate. It was determined he was basically a super taster. What that meant is that he could tell basically the difference almost immediately when something was off in the orange juice. My mother insists I have his discerning palate. I have a tendency to agree. It doesn't apply to everything that I taste, but there are certain things that it does. And it's a really interesting thing when it comes to tasting something like wines. I don't know why, but my grandfather drank wine every night. Pretty much for like 50 years. My grandfather lived to be 96. So I can't say it hurt him at that point. But I'm not as bad as him in that regard, but I kind of get it. And it's really funny because someone in chat just asked me, what is my favorite wine? It is a Cabernet. My mother did not tell me this until she found out what my favorite wine was. And then she realized, oh shit, he's his grandpa. Because we both love Cabernets. I had no idea. And she basically told me all of that after the fact. but it's really funny now in retrospect. My favorite wine is a good old bottle of sangria. Yep. But yeah, I can basically drink any red. White, I do not much care for white wine. I can drink it, but it is not my favorite. And white wines have a tendency to taste very dry to me. And that is how I usually describe my wines, is on how wet or how dry the wine is. But a lot of the times I can usually tell if I actually like swish it around what the actual like flavor palette is of the wine. I do like a good Pinot every now and then. To me, Pinot is a little bit more of a like fuller wine than a Cabernet to me. So it's like, if I want to get drunk, Pinot's a good wine. Now, this is an interesting wave. We got a 100k Spriggan in wave 1. This is a regular. You do not normally encounter a battle where it's your standard 1 out of 3 battle, but then the front wave has a 100k enemy. That's pretty irregular, but we should be fine. Even if I don't outright kill the Spriggan, I at least have the cards to mop it up. But yeah, I'm not a wine expert or anything like that. I've just had enough over the years, and I don't know why, but like so to me, drinking a beer with the right meal makes sense. Drinking hard liquor with a meal makes 0 sense to me. Drinking wine with any meal, perfect sense. I don't blame anyone for doing it either. Date is tomorrow, right? Yes. Yeah, I will not be streaming with you guys tomorrow. I have a date. Beer is so yucky to me. I grew up hating beer. I've had my first beer in high school. I never liked beer until I had dark beer. And then I was like, whoa. Where has this been all of my life? Best of luck cheering for you. Thank you, chat. I don't think I'll need luck, but I think the big thing, full disclosure, the big thing that I'm always looking for on a first date is red flags. Always. And actually, this is funny. I have a hall pass basically to ask any singular question that I would not normally ask on the first date, because I played a game and I won. But it's funny to me because there's nothing I won't ask on the first date. I'm always just that type of person. I don't care. I would rather get the tough stuff hashed out, date number 1, to save us all some time. I don't want to waste anybody's time in a relationship. So I'm only getting Irish whiskey now and then. Oh, nice. Guinness Stout kind of guy. Yep. I with the the British pub that we went to the other day for it was basically my mother's birthday, but I was there with my brother, right? And they had Guinness, And basically, I was going to get a Guinness, but everybody else at the table started ordering, what did they call it? It was basically Guinness with cider in it. And I was like, you know what? Why not? I'll try. I actually shouldn't have gotten it. I should have just gotten the straight Guinness. Because the cider lightened the Guinness. And to like everybody else in my family, they liked it. To me, I'm like, no, I would have preferred just straight Guinness at that point. I don't want Guinness to be sweeter. So it was kind of funny because I still drank it all in the end, but I was like, man, I wish it had yeah, I think it is a black and tan. I wish it had been I wish I had gotten the original, just normal Guinness. Does that mean you're going hard on the first date? No, not anything like that. I'm saying there's no topic that's off limits, date number one for me usually. I will just straight up ask people. Like, for instance, chat, and I did this with my ex. Date number one, how do you feel about having children? There are some people that will not ask that question, date number one. I will ask that question, and I will not feel bad about asking it. And if it makes it awkward, it makes it awkward. But it's one of those things where it's like, hey, I'm not asking the person to like have it now, but the obvious idea is that like, if I want kids and you don't want kids, we should probably not date. Because that is just going to be a major source of contention somewhere down the line. So it's like, yeah, no, I'll just straight up ask people. It does not bother me. I don't feel it's good to ask in date number one, number two, or three. Yes. Nope. I'll ask. I don't care. That way, by date number two, they already just know where I stand. If you get to date number two, you succeeded. Like, that's kind of just how I am. Hardcore, yeah. That's like I said. I've been on several first dates throughout my life, and it's been enough that I've just gone like, all right, I just kind of need to figure out on the first date whether or not this person has potential. If there's if there's no like immediate red flag, then they have potential. That doesn't mean they're the one, but it just means like, okay, we can go on seemingly getting along together. And depending on what the red flag is, it may not be an issue. Like it's a red flag, but it's not a like, we can't date, right? At my age, you don't have to worry about asking about kids. I don't want to get to that point yet. Because I am certainly there, at least in the realm of like women my age are probably thinking they are past their prime. So it's just like, that is certainly a concern. Wait, am I doing a free quest? Hold on. I lost track. The story moved back and I didn't follow it. Asking that and what their plans are for life is important. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I just want to like figure all that stuff out on the first date, and I'll apologize to him. I'll say like, hey, look, I know this is going to be kind of awkward, but it's probably best in both of our interests if we talk about this right now. And then if, you know, like obviously like on something like having kids, right? Like there's way more minutia that's going to go into conversations of that nature down the line. But it's like, it's good to know that we're on the same page right there from the first date. Because if you're not on the same page, then it becomes a question of, do we need to get on the same page? Or is it an insurmountable difference? Is it a rift that will just always be there, right? Looking for free daycare? Yeah. The role of every grandparent. That's kind of funny, not gonna lie. I dare say that's very important to ask on the first date. Yeah, I mean, it can be, right? Like, but yeah, it's like generally I don't really consider anything off limits. It's like if you're looking to date the person, you're looking to share your life with them, they better be able to answer. And if they don't want to answer, they get really upset about it. It is what it is. Like, for instance, chat, this was something that did not endear me to my ex. My ex, when I asked her the question on the first date, basically said the equivalent of, I don't want kids, but maybe you can convince me. And because she gave me such a bullshit answer, that question got asked on the second, third, fourth, and fifth date. Nah, that's not it. I agree. If you give a bullshit answer like that, I'm going to keep prodding. She's after your jeans now. It's just like, there were so many things wrong with my ex. Ironically enough, like the whole like question about kids was kind of the least of my concerns. So it is what it is. If it's not an enthusiastic yes, it's a no. Yeah. I can understand some trepidation, maybe being like, hey, I'm maybe a little old. I don't even know if I can. And that can be a thing. But yeah, I think the idea is like, are you willing to try? And if the answer is no, then it's like, well, then what are we even doing here? You probably shouldn't have kids if you aren't sure. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think if they're unsure, it is what it is. And you just have to say, hey, that's cool. And then it's like, you don't have to have an answer just yet. However, that's where you make your own stance clear, chat. And you say, if you're unsure, that's fine for now. However, I want them. So you need to let me know if that's going to be a problem. Because if they keep you around and then keep kicking the can down the road and keep saying, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, there's a point at which you have to leave. Because it's like, if one wants it and the other one just refuses to commit, it's just a commitment issue. It's basically a no. Cat got the baby fever. No, I just, like I said, it's a topic that comes up. Okay. And there are other topics: religion, sex, politics. And they kind of need a decent answer on all of them. It just is what it is. It doesn't mean they have to like one-to-one line up with you, but they need a, hey, this isn't a immediate non-starter type of answer, right? Politics is a minefield. Oh, I'm aware. Politics is the are you going to be able to live with me if I don't agree with you? That's the real question that you need to get over with politics. Religion is a similar thing where it's like, hey, depending on like let's say you are devoutly religious, you're not going to probably like it if the other person is not, right? So that can definitely be a red flag. But similarly, you might be someone that's more casual and you're not like so gung-ho about it, and it's just more of a question of like, hey, are you going to hate me if I am religious? So like, it really just depends. It depends on who you're dating. It depends on how you feel about these particular subject matters. Like, maybe you're not religious at all, then it's just not a problem. But then what happens when the person you're dating is? Then you go like, oh crap, right? And again, like, life goals is certainly a question that has to get asked. Like, it's one thing if I'm like, hey, I want to continue my career for the next 20 years. And then somebody else is like, I want to move to Thailand. Hold on, can I do my career from Thailand? Oh, no, I can't. Wait, now our life goals are incompatible. This is definitely an issue. So we do have a dodge on the 100 faces over here. It is just a hard one-turn dodge. I have no way of piercing it. I can either abstain, which is probably not a good idea since it's turn 3 and everything else falls off, or I can just full send it and mop her up after the fact. What would be clear signs if you ask someone what are their plans for life to see if they behave or not below their means? What do you mean? Like, what would be a warning sign if I ask someone what their life plans are? I think like that sort of thing just is, you have to compare to what your goals are and whether or not like it's something you can live with. Like, I'll give you guys an example. Let's use the move to Thailand example again. Chat, what if the person you're looking to date is rich as shit? Do you care? Maybe not. Whoops, that's the free quest again. Hold on. Versus what happens when the person's poor as shit and they're like, I want to move to Thailand. That doesn't sound like they have a good plan. That just sounds like they're escaping. So it's like context matters, but also why? If it was like, oh, it's my lifelong dream to live in Thailand for a year, I mean, that might be something you could weather. Versus, oh, I plan to permanently move to Thailand and I'm never coming back and fuck all of my family here. I never want to see them again. Like, that doesn't sound like a good choice. But like I said, it depends. Depends entirely on you. Cost of living in Thailand could be cheaper depending on where you are in the US. Yeah. And that could be a conversation where it's like, maybe it's not an immediate non-starter, but you need to know more and you need to talk about it more in the future. So like, it just is what it is. You're just feeling the person out in the first date. And let's be clear here too, chat. I think my first date strategy is different from maybe other people's first date strategy because I'm largely dating women I don't know. Okay? Like, if you're dating somebody that is like, okay, you've agreed to date and this is somebody that you've known like since grade school, there's a lot more of a different approach to something like that. Since you already have familiarity with the person, you probably already know what their temperament and mentality is on a lot of things. So you don't necessarily have to like take it as fast. You don't have to get the nitty gritty out of them right away. You can just slow roll it, basically. So it's like, again, the context matters. It just depends on where you're at. Problem is if she wants to escape from debt by putting herself into debt. Yeah, that can be another concern. Definitely. I don't know what crazy people y'all hang with. Unfortunately, there is all types of crazy out there, and you do need to protect yourself from it. It doesn't mean that every person you date is crazy, but the reason you ask these questions is you are trying to figure out if you need to dodge this bullet. That's really all it is. You're just looking to see, do I gel with this person? Do I get along with them? Can I live my life with this person? Is it worth going the distance and trying to see, are they the one? Or is this person absolutely batshit insane? Is this person completely non-viable? Is this person an absolute non-starter? That's what you're trying to discern. Are they a candidate or are they disqualified? And what that means for different people is different things. So it depends on what you're looking for in a potential mate. It depends on what your goals are. It depends on what their circumstances are. Of course, she had siblings and myself. Yeah. Ifrita at 245k. This is spicy. We'll go ahead and do the Mystic Code buff and send it. If I don't kill, I still have enough charge. Everyone kind of broke now, though. What if I told you that everyone not kind of broke? What if I told you that some people are looking for that as an escape? What if I told you that you need to be careful in that regard if you are one of those people? Any marriage is rough long term as everyone changes. Yeah. Yeah. Marriage, just in general, like living the rest of your life with somebody is not an easy thing. There's always ups and downs. And chat, I can say that as somebody that's just, like having friends over the years. Just trying to maintain a friendship is hard. A marriage is basically a lifelong friendship to an extreme degree. So it's like, if maintaining a friendship is hard over the years, imagine how hard maintaining a marriage is. It is work. And as much as I understand that, I've never been through it. So it's just one of those things. This is probably King Hassan. It's just one of those things where it's like, I'm aware of it, but, I would have to prepare myself for it. No single target caster, really. It looks like we got an Ilya there. We'll probably just take a Castoria here and I'll switch up the comp. Let's go with that one. That's a cool trick. And then we'll put in Castoria Berserker in here. And I will switch over to Plug Suit so I can make use of all of these supports should I need to. I could use a little bit of a better CE. That is definitely one of the concerns that I have here. My 5-star Cs so far are kind of ass. Ironically enough, the Juan Gina event should be kind of nice for that. Summer Ibuki versus Summer Musashi. Who to pull for farming and CQ? I'm going to be dead honest with you, and I'm going to say I really like Summer Musashi, but for a new player, and especially anybody that's going to ask that question, you should probably go with Ibuki. Like, for instance, you see how much this account is using Ibuki. They're not mine, but they are still very much so, like, helpful to an account. Charge is super useful to new accounts. Whereas, like, the more established your account gets, the more refund options can be pulled off. I think I realized I actually like being single and don't want to be in a relationship. That's one less headache. Yeah, I mean, I can't say that that's not, like, not a viable choice, right? Like, I think, to me, even at my age, with how many relationships I've been through, I think mentally I was preparing myself to be alone for the rest of my life. And that may still happen. It is what it is, chat. I hope that this girl's for me. I hope that I'm meeting the right one. But if she is, she is. If she's not, she's not. So it's like, I understand the desire to just be single and be in control of your own life. I will say, however, that I do believe a relationship is worth it. As somebody that has had girlfriends over the years, there is something that is so nice about finding somebody who has your back, finding somebody that supports you, finding somebody that you get along with, both on many different levels. Okay. And I feel like that is worth trying to see if you can find that. If not, it is what it is. I only had the one Castoria card here, so we're actually going to do the setup with the waiver MP. It's okay, Cad. The AI girlfriend apps are getting better every day. Yeah, but I will warn everybody in chat. I feel like this is a good subject matter to at least broach, given the, like the subjects that we have been talking about. An AI will never be another person. And some part of you trying to have a relationship with an AI will always feel hollow and unfulfilling. That is just the truth. Also, don't give your companies your personal info. Yeah, that too. But in general, chat, you need to be careful about that stuff in the future. Because I do agree. I think that stuff is coming. And the only thing I can warn you about is that it won't feel right in the end. And I worry about people wasting their lives in such a way. It is better to fill a void with a companion, even if it is AI, than to leave a void. However, it is much better to fill a void naturally. And I think we're already seeing the effects of how unhealthy it is to rely on AI for everything. We see people that use Chat GPT actually becoming dumber for it. We see people that are talking to like AI companions constantly, mentally checking out of their entire life. And I feel like that is going to cause repercussions and problems. It's not a good thing that people are doing that. Not at least at such a scale. Although we are getting kind of deep here, chat. I will switch back to the 4-star C. I can't wait for this account to be able to roll again, though. It is really going to help it out, I feel like. Just like video games, people are trying to optimize the fun out of life. Yeah, to some degree, right? People are convinced that they don't want to have to deal with somebody else, and that an AI that is just a sycophant and just agrees with you on everything is better. Chat, life is a struggle, and you are rewarded for struggling. If you do not struggle, if you take the easy way out, you are always punished for it. Always. And I think the same is probably true of relationships. You're waiting for Castoria? Yeah. And be skeptical. No matter what, an AI will never truly replace another human being next to you. I do agree it will never truly replace the human being next to you, but we are headed towards a future where, like, chat, you know, like the robots in Star Wars, right? Where it's like you got C-3PO and R2-D2. That's going to be a thing. There are going to be personal, like, robots and androids roving around here probably in the next 50 years. And I say that's 50 years is probably generous. It's probably more like 10, 20. I'd say people getting into those easy relationships are the reason so many fail. Yeah. I feel like I'm intruding. No, it's all good. When is the Castoria banner? Should be September 10th. That is when the 3,000 days campaign. I just put out a video today on it. Go watch it. Because we are also getting a 4-star ticket with that. Nice try. I'm too quick on the draw, and I keep, like, just immediately clicking into the next thing. We're going to circle back to the NTR bots. No, we don't need to talk about that again. I mean, that was... I like how I went, like, pretty far with that joke, and then chat immediately took it further. And I'm just like, dude, I can't think on that level. Holy crap, you guys are degenerate. Have the video open on another tab for later viewing. Thank you. Send it to your friends too. Weird champ indeed. People are for real trying to outsource their own thinking to AI, and it's kind of scary. To some degree, it makes at least a little bit of sense. So, like, I'll give you guys an example of this, chat. A lot of the times, because Okayist, as my editor, is not a native English speaker, Okayist will use ChatGPT to help with the titles of videos. However, on every single video, I go back in behind him and I try to see if I can optimize it. I try to see if I can change it. So in that regard, ChatGPT is helping out. But I am not solely relying on ChatGPT to come up with the right answer. And therefore, it is helping me as I get the best of both worlds. Sometimes I'm better than the AI suggestion. Other times I'm not. There have been times where I cannot beat the AI score. As he says I beat him, but there are times where he beats me too. So it just is what it is. Have it speed the process, then review it. Yeah. Now, the thing is, you don't necessarily want it to have to think for you because, like, I'll give you guys an example, okay? So, Okayist with today's title, the title was what it was, and that was fine. There was no issue with it per se, except the fact that the title didn't actually state the reason why you should watch the video. Chat, why should you watch a video on the 3,000 days campaign? Because it has a 4-star ticket in it. And the title didn't include anything about that. So it was a good idea to go back in and put that in the title. And that's where, like, that stuff does matter. The thing that the AI bot is better at than I am is coming up with baity titles. I'm not good at baiting people. So it is absolutely better at that. Now, I've also said before that, like, the idea is that you don't want to bait somebody in such a way that they feel like they're worse off for having watched the video. So, for instance, if the video is on a 4-star ticket, saying that it's a challenge quest is not a good idea. Somebody clicking on the video for a challenge quest and getting a review of a 4-star ticket is not what they were looking for. So you don't bait maliciously. You bait in a way that you're trying to make the video seem interesting to click on, but you do not betray the premise of the video. Even AI can't have a sense of humor and puns. That is true. Are not private or secure. Don't give it information you don't want it to be public. Yeah, I agree with that. What the heck? Really don't want to have to NP here, but I might have to. I'm gonna try to pre-card here. got one crit but not the other. Which, to be fair, odds were against that happening anyways, but at least now I get the maximum amount of overkill possible here. We need to be masturbating is what you're saying? No. I'm just saying in general, like, there are ways to use AI without turning your brain off. And I do think, like, AI can definitely help, but AI is not a replacement for actually having to think critically. I'll save that. Although, I am just going to go ahead and trigger this, and we are going to go straight for the kill. Because I have the damage here to kill. So this Mystic Code also has arts up and crit damage on it. Most other Mystic Codes, they'll either have like card type up, and that'll be it. Or if they have a secondary effect on this primary steroid, it'll be like NP damage. This one's weird because it has card type up and crit damage. So you can use that to your advantage sometimes like that. You'll never guess what happened next. Yeah, exactly. I remember using the dislike bar as a barometer for if the video was going to be helpful. Yeah. That's usually a good indicator, but not always, right? Like, for instance, I've had videos where it's like, bro, I just needed one thing, and they spent 10 minutes talking, and then they didn't even, like, get to the thing, but then the video still isn't disliked. That sort of thing just is what it is. Even the creator of ChatGPT had to come out and ask people to not use it as their therapist. So many people were doing it. Yeah, I think it's because one of the forms of therapy is just talking to somebody. It is very easy in today's society, I think, to feel isolated and alone. And you can just sit there and talk with ChatGPT. That is an option. Is it a good thing? I don't know. I think, for instance, rather than like becoming super depressed and like committing suicide, if talking to a chat bot helps that, that's a good thing. However, that is a sign that you should seek help. Professional help. I think using the chatbot as a replacement for having and finding friends is not good. I don't think that helps things. All right, here is Tristan. Oh, it's this one. Okay, so technically, you guys can see he changes class affinity. Basically, attack advantage against all classes except Shielder, defense advantage against Saber, and become immune to poison. Sorry, defensive disadvantage against Saber. I was going to say, hold on, I read that wrong. So basically, normally a Lancer would be effective here. Instead, Lancer is the counter class. I'm still going to try to kill him. It might work just due to the sheer absurd strength of my wife here, but this is basically going at a unit as a counter class rather than being the actual counter. So if I wanted to damage Tristan, I should have brought a Saber. And it didn't matter. I talked to my dog. He was a great listener. No, I mean, I talk to my animals all the time, too. I think talking to things nearby that are around you makes a whole lot of sense. But like long-term chat, you should talk to another human. That is smart. I feel like this is a trap, and I feel like there are Archer enforcement knights in front of him. I think Berserker is the way to go here. I actually think Berserker is safest. We'll see if I'm right, but... When violence isn't the answer, you need twice the violence. That's true. Remember, G.I. Joe, knowing is half the battle. The other half is extreme violence. Okay, it's not. I feel like that is a thing, though, at some point, so... But either way, the Tristan fight is particularly bad if you don't know what you're walking into. We're going to go ahead and kind of just send this, and we're going to pray to God that this works out, but it's probably not. Going to go with the 80% crit there. Have we gotten anything from the daily story roll? Did I get Caskill? I recently got Caskill, and I had a cream hilt that I pulled while off stream. But otherwise, besides that, nothing really. Well, that's fine. Okay, so Tristan just dodged. The good news is his is a times dodge. There's only one evasion left. So if I just hit him, that evasion will go away. So we are effectively going to pre-card his ass and then send the NP. How did I know that? I know Tristan's kit. I knew to look, but in general, it's a good idea if you're unsure. Just check. Make sure the defensive buffs are there. And what they do. Because sometimes they are a full turn duration, other times they are a times limitation. Gonna soak all the stars to her arts cards. Gonna do that. And then we're gonna do that. Now, all of my buffs are gonna wear off, so this is unfortunate, but it'd be what it be. Well, I do main interludes on the side account. I've been doing the Kama one because I like her. I might just for resources, but it's not exactly on my priority list by any stretch. And he really dislikes Proto Merlin, and he dodged again. Good news is I do have invulnerability, so we're basically just going to pre-card there. And hopefully this kills, but it probably doesn't without the buffs. Maybe the Buster crit gets the kill. So this was not ideal. I did not take the right unit for this. I kind of got caught with my pants down, anticipating that this was going to be a different fight. I knew it was Tristan, but I thought there were enemies that I would have to fight before Tristan. So I could have played that better. I could have just waltzed right in with a single target saber and just slapped his ass, but it was what it was. Ibuki removed defensive buffs now. Oh, wait. Yeah, hold on. Did I forget about that? Yeah, she does. Sorry, force of habit. But yes, I have been misplaying that the entire time. As Ibuki Doji's NP removes all enemy defensive buffs before damage goes out. And that particular buff was not unremovable. So I could have just sent the NP and laughed. Would have helped me out a little bit. Might have gotten the fight done a little bit sooner, but yeah, it's fine. Now this looks like a mixed node, so this one will just send the same in. How do you think LaSingle is going to handle people coming into the game later? I've talked about how they can. That would be my best guess for how they will. There's no guarantee that they will. So the idea would be that if you do a part 3, that you isolate part 3 and you make it like the new thing that people have to do, and you basically take parts 1 and parts 2 and you isolate them over on their own, and you make them no longer a requirement, at least to continue for part 3. So you make part 3 its own standalone story, and you can start from here. But then there would still be incentive to go back and do everything in part 1 and part 2, just due to all the milestones, all of the free shit, all of the resources that you get from doing it. So you would still have every incentive to eventually go do the first 2 parts. But that way you don't create for yourself the lasting problem. I swear to God, if it's Tristan at the end of this, I'm going to be like, God damn it, I knew I remembered this fight. I would hope part 3 has a new veteran player option for that reason. Oh, the idea would be that you have maybe like a hard mode version of fights, but it really just depends. In a battle of fashion, who wins? Karna, Arjuna, Bhima, Duryodhana, Parvati. I'm gonna be real with y'all. The fact that none of you voted Karna, you're just wrong. I'm sorry, man. I have mocked Karna's outfits basically for looking like he is going to a gay nightclub with body glitter on. But I will hand it to him. That is a sign that he is way more fashion oriented than like any of the other Indian characters. Yeah, it was a 1 out of 1. I don't know why I thought there was a second wave. Karna has the most drip, unironically. Yep. Grinding caster statues today suck. Yep. I need to get in there and grind some caster skill gems. But yeah, I would hope that they have a new like just basically like a normal version of the story, and then maybe a hard mode version for more veteran players. Because I feel like if you have a normal version of like a new story and it resets everything to like level like 5 or level 15, like, oh my God. Like veteran players like me, I would just card my way through everything. I wouldn't even have to play the game much anymore. And it would probably be years before I had to try. Yeah, game? Okay. I just need to live in caster nodes for forever. Understandable. I wonder if they'd remove all the story requirements for stuff. That's, to me, they need to do that because they have a problem if they don't. If they don't remove story requirements on future story, they basically are dooming themselves to the Final Fantasy 14 problem, which is a problem where you basically struggle to get everything done and to get your player base caught up. And to be fair, they're already having that problem. If they don't remedy that with a part 3, they are dooming themselves to setting that precedence from there on out, and they will never get a reset. Whereas if you do like what I'm saying there, basically all you have to do is add like a hard mode version of the story, and you appease both parties. And I'll be honest with you guys, with regards to things like 5-star embers being in the game, tutorial missions, pure prisms, I feel like in about one singularity, you could take the average node level from like level 5 to like, honestly, probably all the way up to level 90, and it would not be a huge concern. Okay, I did have enough. I rush just to have access to events. Yep. I mean, events are the number one thing that are driving me to complete story on the new player account. Because there's no like dire need to get everything up and ready. It is purely that eventually I will have issues like gaining access to events. And if I don't gain access to an event, I might lose a welfare. I will certainly lose all of the functionally free resources in the shop. So it's a good idea to just go ahead and get caught up. I don't care about spoilers. That's fine, but you do have to respect that other people do. All right, chat, section 13. We will end it here for tonight. We're getting pretty close. I believe there's at least 4 more gimmick fights left. At least. But we're getting there. All right. I'm going to end things here. Let me see if there's anybody that I want to raid. I'm going to send you guys over Mr. Fino's way. PSA, you need Trom? Yeah, I'm aware. Okay. Chat, like I said, I will not be on tomorrow. Sunday was supposed to be D&D, but I believe it has already been postponed because Steve couldn't do it. I may stream Sunday. Who knows? It's a long weekend for us here. I have Monday off, so just stay tuned. Get on the Discord. It's the easiest way to find out what's going on and when I'm going to be streaming next. And again, thank you guys for watching. If you haven't already, go check out the YouTube channel. Like I said, we got the 3,000 days and 4-star ticket video out today, so go check that out. We should have another one out for you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys. I will see you for the next one.